Yeah, okay, we've got somebody that's joined. Let me add him to the stage. Dragoneye, can you hear us?
Yeah, yo, what's going on, Mike? What's up, Tom
Hey, man.
Brady? Hear me?
Hey, what's up, man?
Yeah, we can hear you, bro. How you doing?
So, yeah, I'm doing pretty good. How you guys doing?
Yeah, all good, man. What was
All right.
did you have any pushback for me or Tom, or did you just want to say something in general?
I just wanted to put my 2 cents in. So I'm not disagreeing with like anybody because at the end of the day, so the thing with fighting games is everybody's got their own like perfect fighting game, you know? Like when the new one comes out, everybody's just gonna disagree that oh this game is not as good as this game. I mean, we saw it with that one pro player in Tekken. I can't remember who it was, where he said Tekken 8 wasn't as good as Tekken 7 or whatever, something like that, you know?
I think that was Arslan that said that.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. So I think that the problem with the FGC in general is that everybody's got like their own vision of what their perfect fighting game wants to be. And I don't know what's wrong with the community, but everybody just kind of disagrees and argues a lot about it. But one thing I am seeing, so I'm not sure if you guys are aware of the Call of Duty community with what's going on over there right now.
Mm-hmm.
But a similar thing's happening right there with toxic positivity and like all the negativity. So the way I see Tom Brady right now, he actually reminds me of a couple of YouTubers where they're doing the same thing. You know, they're pointing out all the flaws of what's going on right now, and they're pretty much getting a lot of pushback over calling out like all the bad stuff. You know.
Yeah, I mean, I think what happens is there's like a hive mind, and you get these, especially with like in Tekken 8 situation. This is just my opinion of it. Tekken 8 is like it's more simple, but it's a lot more. It's packed with a lot of bullshit as well, so it's frustrating as well.
Oh yeah,
And I
with the
think
50-50s.
Yeah, and I think the characters are like really powerful. I play Feng Wei, for example, and there's situations in that game where I force you to guess. There's nothing that you can do once I initiate a particular situation. And I think newer players, they maybe they like that stuff because they don't feel like the other person's skill is going to instantly overwhelm them, and there's systems in the game that can stop them in their tracks and make them guess. And then the older players that put in all that work and that time are like, I can't do anything against this bullshit. The system's stopping me. So and then it creates a massive divide. At least that's what's been happening in Tekken.
Oh yeah, for sure. So on the MK communities part, so I think the problem there is that a lot of people, like in regards to Ed Boon, a lot of people seem to like really think that he's got this like grand plan that worked out for the game. But in reality, I honestly don't know if he's as involved with the MK community as he used to be after MK9. I mean, when was it? I think it was when Quan Chi was coming out. No, I think it was a little bit before that. I think it was when Omni was getting ready to come out. He was like at an interview or something. And he was getting ready to talk about like Injustice 3 or something. But at that time, I know he got a lot of pushback for that because MK1 was not in a good spot at that time. Because right before Omni Man came out, we had like a month of like straight up no content. If you guys remember that.
Yeah, Tom, do you remember this? I think it's
I do. There's always, well, that point it was set. You knew every month you were going to get a character, and every other month you were going to get a cameo. So it wasn't that there was no. There was a period of time when everybody thought there was going to be a patch, and there was nothing.
Yeah, we got nothing. Like
and then
the game was busted. Like Raiden and Cyrax were OP, and everybody was just waiting for that patch that was going to fix everything. But we had to wait until like Omni Man came out, which was like in October.
Well, Raiden was fixed. Not Raiden. Cyrax was fixed after the first pro tournament, quote unquote.
Yeah, fixed, but like, yeah, I think he was. I think the problem was that they fixed him, but he was still OP. So we had to wait more.
Cyrax was put in the dirt. The first major patch, they put Cyrax in the dirt.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's
Everybody
right.
went to Striker after that.
Yeah, I forgot that. Who was it then? I'm trying. Well, I guess it don't really matter, but yeah. Anyway, so when that whole thing was going on, he's over there talking about Injustice 3, and I remember that people were like kind of like pushing back against him, like, oh, this dude's already talking about Injustice 3. This dude needs to be talking about MK1, like fixing it, you know? That was like one of the big things I saw where people were pushing back against Ed Boon there.
Okay.
But for the most part, everybody seems to trust him. Go ahead.
The difference in the Call of Duty thing in this situation is, I don't know who those streamers are, those content creators are, so I can't obviously comment on their situation.
Yeah.
But with us here, what they do is, if someone like Mike Hollow gives his opinion, let's take me. If I give my opinion, they come at me without addressing the points I'm making, and they will say, "Oh, Tom, you're just salty because you're not relevant anymore." I would much rather live the way I'm living now than making peanuts off trying to be relevant. I've lived that life. I do not have any desire to sit out front of a bracket with no tournament organizer in sight saying, who do I play next for an hour and a half? That life for me is over. I've put in my time. More time than anyone else, I would say, doing it for 30 years successfully. But they will attack me by saying, oh, you're just mad because you're irrelevant and you're mad because you want to be winning. Things that are not even true, but they try to play that card with me. Or you just want to ice clone all day, whatever. And I've done my last ice clone. For Mike, because they can't do that, they'll say, well, you're just a grifter trying to, to make money off, views of Mortal Kombat, but that they never actually attack the issue. So I don't know what it is with how it is with Call of Duty, but they just try to basically change the subject from what we're talking about the game to you're just a grifter or you're just salty because you're not relevant anymore. And nothing ever gets done. Nothing ever changes because the issues never actually get addressed. We bring them up and then the community pretends like they don't exist. And then when you have a comment, I think I brought this up on Twitter, Mike. I don't know if you read it. But people, who says this game is dead? And I'm like, when you're a commentator or you're a caster or a tournament organizer, and you say, I thought we were dead, and who says this game is dead? The answer is you do. Because games that are not dead don't need a commentator or a tournament organizer to say, who says this game is dead? When you go to the doctor and you're only 15 years old, the doctor doesn't say, and who said this 15-year-old was dead? He doesn't say that because it's not normal for 15-year-olds in perfect health to be dead.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just the way, so the fact it's acknowledged everywhere. It's always the elephant in the room, but it never has to get addressed. And NRS always gets off the hook because the way like it is. So when Mike Hollow was opening this up, it's like, here's your chance to come on and actually debate everything on its merits. And if you were to come on and say something and prove that I'm just being negative or not relevant or Mike is a quote unquote grifter, if you want to come on and debate those points, we'll be glad to. But the problem is they don't do that because you look stupid if you go on a stream and come on and we say, hey, what's going on, mate? What's your talking point? And they say, Mike, why don't you go back to EU? Nobody cares. You sound like an idiot.
Yeah,
everybody just wants to hide behind a keyboard and screen,
Grifter doesn't mean anything anymore. I mean, I made a video the other day talking about MKX. I'm going to read out this super chat in a second, Linkway Lucas, but I just wanted to address this whole grifter thing. A lot of these guys I've seen some of them calling me grifter, some of them in the UK as well. These are guys that I beat in Mortal Kombat tournaments. These are guys that I eliminated in top 8s that have spoken shit to me. And I was playing in MK tournaments. I've got proof on my channel of me winning grand finals. The first time I lost the grand finals was against Foxy Grandpa.
Foxy Grandpa, yeah.
I won 3D Mortal Kombat tournaments. Even though they were small over here, I was still out here playing the game with people. Foxy was the first one to beat me. Then I went around the country with a team. We beat every other team in the UK, and we won. I've got the proof on my channel. So I don't know what they think grifter means, but at the end of the day, if a game comes out and it does not serve its community, or I don't feel like it's done a good job, then I'm sorry. I'm sorry that it hurts your feelings that I'm saying so. But calling me a grifter when I've probably participated in more tournaments than them and done well is ridiculous. And then they said, oh, he's just jumping on the MKX bandwagon when I was the top ranked MKX player in the world for months. I was not losing. I was using Scorpion's worst variation Inferno as well.
Yeah,
Inferno. And I've got proof on my channel. It's not like I'm lying. My channel's right there. They can go and check it. I was #1 in the world. I got taken out eventually, but this whole grifter thing doesn't make any sense. I've been here playing Mortal Kombat longer than some of these kids been alive.
Well, what you said about MKX is true, though. It was successful because it was coming off of MK9, which a lot of people loved. People can talk about, the balance. But at the end of the day, a game that is perfectly balanced but not fun is actually a bad game. Mm-hmm. And a game that doesn't have the best balance but is really fun is actually a good game. And I think Marvel 2 is, the most important thing is, do you enjoy doing it? Nobody says, oh, this game is balanced. They say, I like it. It's fun. People will do things that are fun. They won't do things that are balanced unless those are balanced.
That's very true.
Fun.
Yeah, as long as it's fun, I mean, it's pretty good. Because, I can't remember who said this, but somebody once said, if the game has bad story but good gameplay, you can skip the story. But if the that game has good story, but like bad gameplay. I mean, you can't skip the bad gameplay. You know, it's still that's the game. You know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mortal Kombat X really captured the soul of Mortal Kombat, and it was the only game to successfully merge the majority of the older community from 9 and some of the newer players. 11 didn't do that. People will point to 11 sales, but MK11 was released with a lot of deodorant.
Yeah, it was way too slow.
Well,
I didn't like it.
MK11 came out, and if you look at the competitive aspect of MK11, you say the game was launched with characters only having 2 bare bones variations, in which for pretty much every character, only 1 variation was viable. So it was released very bare bones in a competitive state. But casually, what could you do? You could do Shang Tsung's Island. You could do Towers of Time. You had the story mode. You had the classic towers. And then you even had a custom variation system where you and your friends could customize any variation. You know, there were no banned moves and none of that garbage, right?
Yeah.
And kind of make your own stuff. So for a casual, i.e. the majority of the audience, MK11 got released with a ton of deodorant to mask a lot of its issues. But eventually, that deodorant was fast drying, and it dried and it wore off, and then the game was forced to continue on its own merits, and it just wasn't very good. It
And then it dropped off.
It had a lot of deodorant when it.
Yeah.
Tom, could you? So Linkway Lucas donated $5. Thank you, bro. And he said he's been banned in the Louisiana MK scene because he's echoed your views on the game since MK9. Is this something that you're aware of players like getting pushed out because they are echoing things you're saying?
Yeah, not only that, and at that time, this even happened to my sponsor, Brandon, the great Brandon Alexander for Ultra Arcade. In MK11, even before any drama happened with me or whatever, when the game first came out during E-League, I had quite a big following, and E-League still ostracized me out of their league. So I had a lot of supporters who would go into NRS's chat, and maybe this is why people are afraid to come out and support me these days. And they would, because NRS would do a combat cast before they kicked it over to the E-League live stream. And I'm not sure if there are people even still here that were banned. Maybe I'm sure some can share that story. They'd be like, "We want to see Tom play. We want to see Tom play." And mentioning me was an automatic ban on the NetherRealm channel before E-League. And it even happened to my sponsor at the time, Brandon Alexander with UA. They banned him for saying, "I want to see Tom."
They actually banned
him in the NetherRealm. They would unban you like next week if you asked for it. But if you continued to ask for me to see me play in that league, they would ban you again the next week.
That's crazy.
Do you know specifically who the people were that were doing the bans?
I have no idea who runs NRS's channel.
I would love to get them on here to ask them what the hell they were thinking. That's so ridiculous. That's so childish.
Okay.
I mean, that's pretty petty, but it happens, I guess.
It is what it is. Who cares?
EA, thank you for the $5 donation. Jack's not being a main character is a crime. Is adding a cameo a lazy tactic instead of giving us full characters with full movesets? I don't know.
So I can actually answer that thing. So I know a lot of people were wanting the special forces to show up in the combat pack too, but I think it was Ed who said it, that he actually didn't want to put in any of those characters at all because of the story, because he didn't want to stretch the story like thin, which I think is BS. I think they should have been in the game, but whatever.
What story?
Yeah.
Exactly.
You could have. I mean, they did the whole multiverse thing. You could just say they're from other universes. That's all you had to do.
I mean, let's tell the truth of the situation here. The best story they did was MK9 and maybe a little bit of MKX. In MK9, here's what Ed Boon did. All right, boys, we're just going to retell John Tobias' story, the real brain of Mortal Kombat, who created the story and everything. We're just going to retell his story. And then the minute Ed Boon went off with their own NetherRealm Studio stories, they were shit. And they had to reboot it once and reboot it again and reboot it again. When that happens, that means what you are doing is not good. I mean, it's just not good. Myself and Mike Hollow could have gone to NetherRealm and they said, "Hey guys, what do you think you're doing for story? Can we just retell MK 1, 2, 3, 4 and the 3D ones? Can we just retell them in something for this game?" Oh, I love it. I mean, that's what they did. They retold all the stories.
Yeah.
See, that's what I was saying. MK9 had probably the best story because if you look at it, like the first half is just kind of like retelling like the original trilogy, but then the latter half tries to do something new. And it had some clown argue with me trying to say that I can't remember MKX or MK11 was the best story, but those stories weren't even that good because MKX for like the main villain, he's not even in it. Like he's like in the beginning and then he don't show up until the end. And there's like so many like BS stuff that happens in the middle of it. And then MK11 has the whole thing with Dark Raiden where they just kill him off at the beginning for no reason.
Yeah, I just want to I saw a comment in the chat saying, "Is there a debate going on?" There is supposed to be a debate going on. I know these people are watching because they show up every single time I upload a video to let me know what they think. So I know you're watching.
Oh, they're not gonna hop on. I guarantee you.
This is ridiculous. This is what happens when I go to Comic-Con as well. They say everything that they can say, and then they see me at Comic-Con and they're like, "Oh, what's going on, bro?" And I'm like, "Ain't you the guy that was cussing me out in my comment section?" Yeah. It's like,
just join in debate. I mean, this is a golden chance to do that. I mean, let your opinion be heard.
Yeah. Well, we'll see.
I feel like at the end of the day, the biggest people that talk the biggest smack are the ones that aren't going to show up. That's just how they are.
Yeah, standard Twitter thing.
I mean, I don't understand how they will say what I say or Mike says is negative. But when your tournament players say they refuse to show up, that it's not worth their time or money, that is extremely negative.
I know I don't know how many QA testers are in-house. I know at its peak during Injustice 2, there was probably about 40 QA testers. But they do a lot of studios do outsource QA to like a place called QLoc in Poland, and then I think WB used to use Montreal as a QA house until they became a development studio. So there are some outsourcing QA that get assigned to stuff, and I guess sometimes things get missed. And again, those outsourcer people are not going to be nuanced hardcore fighting game people that really know the edge cases, that really can pick up Reiko in 2 seconds or 2 minutes or whatever.
You're saying all of this here, but MKX, like in my opinion, is a really good fighting game, and it comes across to me like people gave a damn when that game was being made. Is the team that works on MKX completely different? Because I know you said it had different designers, but were there people in the office passionate about MKX and testing it with each other, or was that literally like they got lucky with that game?
No. Well, during MKX, especially in QA, Stephanie was able to bring in her friends who were like local Chicago, local tournament people. These weren't people going to Evo and maybe they competed in Combo Breaker because it was in Chicago, but they definitely weren't going to like Evo and CEO and all those places. And they were just like, even in their lunch breaks and the dinner break during crunch, like, yeah, they were having matches galore. And, like I think I said earlier with you and Tom, that, Stephanie was extremely passionate and would like go into Paulo's office and be like, "Yo, Paulo, why is this a high? And why is, now that you changed it to this breaks this, but this doesn't make this useful anymore." So there was strong passion, especially for MKX, in design too, because MKX was my first opportunity to do characters, because in Injustice 1, I just did Star Labs to help get that out the door. and again, with QA, a lot of those guys were, local players. That's how Dizzy came into the scene. Luckily for us, he had C# or C++ experience at a I guess he was doing bank software or something like that, and he was like, "Oh yeah, well, not only is
designer
he
at another job."
I know he was a QA tester on Killer Instinct for a little bit too, which was in Chicago. But it was just like, hey, we have this QA tester that is not only a local pro player, but he also knows C++. He loves our game. He understands our game. He's friends with Stephanie. Oh, and then he won Combo Breaker against Sonic Fox, I think it was in 2015 with Raiden on MKX. And it was like, okay, let's get this guy as a designer. So we lucked out with somebody like Dizzy. But all the other hires coming in, weren't hardcore former pro players. They weren't hardcore fighting game people in general. It's just like, hey, we need a systems designer that knows C++ that can help with like modifiers and economy stuff or player progression stuff. And so, we would bring in somebody that worked on an MMO as a systems designer with player progression, and so they could help out with MK11's or Injustice 2's gear leveling system or something like that. But when it came to the combat designers that do the characters, that's a very niche thing. Like, yes, like they brought me in as an associate and trained me and then gave me Liu Kang and MKX to get my feet wet, and then Jason and Leatherface. But unfortunately, like the other younger talent that came in, like they just, I don't know, maybe it was their work ethic or something. They just couldn't get it. But then we also did get a good mid-level designer that also had C++ background. And, I think he's now an advanced designer, which means he's a little higher than senior.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes you get lucky with hires, sometimes you don't. But again, with fighting games, especially in the game industry, it's a very, very small nuance of people.
Do you guys ever reach out to Japan or Korea or China to bring people in? Is there any interest from that side to come over and help with Mortal Kombat?
No, not really. I mean, there's Ukes, but Ukes was always like a wrestling studio.
I remember Ukes.
Killer Instinct. Once Amazon bought out Double Helix, Microsoft did buy the IP and they gave it to Iron Galaxy because Iron Galaxy had some former Midway Chicago people. I don't know if they all worked on Mortal Kombat in the 3D era, but they were from Midway Chicago.
A lot of them did. You had Winston that went over there, and Delrich went over there. So Delrich, Winston went over there. But I'm just curious because you brought this up, and I guess we don't talk about it much. During MK9, we didn't really have like matches going off like that. Like it was just, and MK9 was released in the MK9 state. But it was still fun. But it was just a bunch of testers, the guest testers, and the QA. We didn't really mix. Ferrier would come over a little bit, and maybe Adam Hernandez would come over for a little bit, but not too much. You noticed a huge difference once they hired Stephanie. There was a lot when she was still a competitor, and during Injustice 1, I mean, there were matches going on nonstop. Like while I was there, I stayed with Dizzy and Stephanie, and with Rio as well because he was there as a tester, and there were matches going on constantly in Injustice. I mean, constantly, and in MKX especially, even more so in MKX than anything else. I think MKX had the most amount of QA testing from a competitive level that I've ever seen in the history of NRS. There were just matches going on constantly. People were playing each other nonstop. We got the most amount of guest testing time, the most amount of input. It was the most I've ever seen QA have former tournament players there. And of course, MKX probably had the most hype launch of any Mortal Kombat game ever. And it was probably the most well-received at launch. And there's just... I wonder what it's like in Japan. Like, how are those studios? Like, are they like playing the game? Are there matches going on constantly? Like, I wonder why those games keep their soul and spirit there, or like kind of like Mortal Kombat did for a little bit. Like, I'm just wondering what the difference is in the atmosphere in those studios as opposed to like a North American studio.
Probably a lot of pride in their work too. Because, with North America, it can be very fickle, and also with like people kind of get bored in their career and be like, oh, look, there's an opportunity for me to be a designer at Respawn on Jedi or whatever. And so then they go and leave. And then there's like really nobody to fill that gap. Yes, you can find the young people out of college, and hopefully they're like, yeah, I want to learn fighting games. Yes, I want to learn how to design the next Liu Kang for whatever game. But then that person is also like, well, I'll come here. Most of the time they're like, I'll come here get my feet wet, get that first AAA credit as a designer, and then move on to where I really want to go, which is probably Blizzard or probably Bungie or whatever. So,
what do you think killed the passion there? Like for me, obviously Stephanie was still not an MKX. It was really Stephanie, when I was there, had not decided if she wanted to be a competitor or not in MKX and kind of like hang it up and retire. I know Dizzy for a while competed in early MKX, for CEO, and then Combo Breaker, and then of course we had that set. For some reason, people still bring up that set we had at Evo, which was a very fun set. But I know Dizzy was a competitive player through Evo in that game. It just seems like as the competitive players decided they were just kind of like not even play for fun anymore. We'll just play to test the game and whatever. The soul just kind of got sucked out of there. What was it? What was the turning point in where MK was all about Mortal Kombat and what MK is to just, hey, I'm just trying to, move along and get a check and go home?
I think probably around MK11, because MKX was extremely fun. Even though I was crunching my ass off, like I was having fun. It was great to work on it. I think when people started to leave around MK11, especially in QA, that's when it started to go a little bit. And then, there was also some internal politics, especially with like job titles and what you're doing as a lead compared to what you really should be doing as a lead. And, and also not getting an opportunity to be like a director or, whatever the next thing is on the matrix of the corporate ladder for design. And so a lot of people just kind of moved on. And again, like people here, it's like, if you have an opportunity in your career at a competitor or whatever, you're gonna, you most likely take that job because it's more money, it's a higher position, you actually will have some say or power. So,
can I ask you a question? Oh, never mind. Go ahead. Go ahead.
It's just I don't want to forget this because someone's just brought it up. This is kind of off topic to what you're talking about now, but is there ever been any talk in the office whilst you were there about doing a follow-up to Shaolin Monks?
I can neither confirm nor deny that.
Oh, damn. All right,
cool. Rumors.
If y'all want to, if y'all want some good sales,
I just want to say one thing to just Kage really quick, because I just want to say I enjoyed the back and forth. I'm glad you're having a lot of fun. And actually, I have a lot of friends who, over the years, as me as a competitive player, and they weren't, would make the same argument to me. Like, but why? Why does it take you playing the most dominant tactics with the most dominant characters to enjoy the game? And that really is just a fun argument. I mean, some people can just play anything, don't care if they win or lose, don't even care if they're doing the primary function of anything. They can just say, hey, these two things don't even go well together, but hey, I have fun doing it, and we'll look at other players and say, but why is fun for you playing what's meta? That's why it's called what's meta. I mean, that's pretty much how the game runs at its most effective rate, which most people are going to do in a fighting game. A fighting game is by natural a competitive game. It's not like you're playing Diablo or something like that. So that's just, different strokes. More people are going to find the other way fun, and if there's some limitations on playing that way, they're going to say the game has felt limited. I just wanted to answer that question for you, but I enjoyed the back and forth. I just wanted to say that.
No, my only problem with the cameo system. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say I enjoyed also the back and forth. Even in my everyday life, I kind of enjoy some back and forth between people, but it's all respect. To even like come up with some arguments. I've watched tournament plays. I've even watched you play in tournament, and then I recently saw a video between you and Sonic Fox where you played Grandmaster and he tried to play Unbreakable, but that didn't go so well for him. And I just, you're a strong player. You speak your mind. So you and Mike both, I definitely respect both of you. No hate at all. You know, I just disagree with some of the things, and you know, I try not to make the argument about, you know, having fun and it being creative. I'm not gonna say it's more creative than any other NRS game. That's a losing argument. But I will I just do believe that this game is creative in itself. You know, with
I have a
its
question. Oh, I'm sorry.
You good?
All right, good. All right, I have a question for. Why the names disappear? I forgot the guy's name. The
it's
because
just got a
I've
dono.
got the super chat. We'll do the
bloody
super
was it
chat
bloody
afterwards.
count?
Blood count.
Blood
Yeah.
count.
Yeah, look.
Blood count. Okay. I had a question for you. This is regarding NRS. Look, man. Just give me your honest opinion. Do you think the way that NRS is right now? You just said that they used to be passionate in the MKX days until MK11, right? Where you're just basically working for a check, right?
Yeah.
Well, well, the thing is, do you think? Well, since you know the low sales of Chaos Reigns, do you think that would get through to them on the next game that they make? Like, do you think that will instill passion into them, into their games again?
I want to say yes, but my gut is telling me no.
I think the problem here is that that's more of like a WB thing, because at the end of the day, like no matter what NRS wants to do, WB like has like okay, you guys are making an Injustice 3 game, or you guys are making an MK game, you know, especially after the past few years where they're more economically challenged right now and they want to like maximize as much profits as possible. And
Well-
we've been seeing like there are lesser studios like lose a lot of creative freedom over what game they want to make. I mean, you look at like Rocksteady, supposedly we were supposed to get a Batman Beyond game, but they got told no, and they had to make a Suicide Squad game instead.
Yeah. See, those are stuff I can't speak to.
So you said that you're hoping, yes, that it would get through to them, but your gut is telling you no. See,
Because to me, it's because of kind of a thing of like, hey, we've built this franchise for 30 years. We kind of know what we're doing. Okay, so we had a bad route with this last game, but you know, we're gonna stick it out. We're gonna stay with this story mode or storyline from Chaos Reigns and make it work. Now,
the NRS kind of reminds me of the Pittsburgh Steelers, man. And Pittsburgh, like
I have a
we.
question for you also, ties into that. So we have the great Turney Vault here, who has oftentimes argued to me privately that he believes an executive from Warner Brothers ordered NetherRealm Studios, you will use the cameo system and you will gender swap characters. He believes that was an executive order and has told me that it cannot be proved otherwise.
I don't think the cameo part is
deny
true.
that?
who said that?
Turney Vault.
Why are you lying about SM?
That's exactly what you said. I have the recording still, Turney. I have the recording. I still have the recording. Don't make me air it.
See, I can believe the gender swap thing, you know, but the cameo system, I think that's an interesting.
Let's speak over each other. Let blood count.
That I don't know with WB. I know there is a team of marketing and analysts and all that stuff from WB that do speak with Ed and whoever else is in his team for that. As for gender swapping, you know, I want to say no, but I'm probably, you know, we all know the truth to that, especially with the DEI pushes. As for cameos, I think it was like, hey, we have this idea, it's being prototyped, this is the direction we're going to go, here's the vertical slice with it, and then WB is just like, oh, okay, yeah, you know, we trust you, because that's the one thing too is like WB actually never did step in and say like, you have to have this cameo system. You know, we decided, you know, like, hey, we have this system, it's working, it's a new feature. Now you have 16 different new character or variations to play with. So, you know, that was definitely a creative NetherRealm decision, not a WB.
Okay, well then how about this one? Because this is oftentimes argued by the community, that somebody from Warner Brothers says, hey, you have to start from scratch every single time. Because when Mike and myself use that talking point, many people on Twitter would say, like, well, how do you know? It could be Warner Brothers that says you've got to scrap it and start over again. You don't know, you're not there. Is that just a creative NetherRealm decision? Warner Brothers says make a game that can sell with this budget and this time frame, and the creative decisions are more so up to the studio?
No, that's actually a NetherRealm decision.
Oh God!
The creative decisions
Oh
are left up to
God,
them,
help us!
right?
Nobody,
God help us!
nobody from
It's over with.
nobody from WB flies in or calls in and say like, yo, scrap what you did for this game and that game and start fresh. No, it's just a decision to be like, you know, here's some new moves that Liu Kang can do, and here's a cameo system we can do, and let's go do it. You know, I did say before, I think it was during Injustice 2, where it's kind of like, let's just bring over the entire moveset of Batman from Injustice 1 into Injustice 2 and then make little tweaks here and there. And then it just realized, like, nah, it kind of look better if we actually have some new animations and new attack animations, even though it would be like the same combo, but, you know, a little.
But you know what's crazy about that is that it's legacy in Injustice games because of the combos and the move sets.
So I have
But the
I have
Batarang had a different
question about
animation,
that
and some of
too.
Batman's strings had different animation, even though they were the same.
So
Guys, just
I mean-
before you continue your questions, I just have to read out a super chat that came in for blood count.
Yeah, go ahead.
I've got Baby Maharaja here asking, why did they change Tanya's look and character? I'm sure you've seen all the discourse around Tanya. Some of it's not been great. I don't like the way some people have made arguments about it, I'll be real with you, but I guess it is a talking point. What was the decision to take Tanya from what she was in MKX and change her in MK1?
I think when the concept art was being made, you know, there was some pieces that came in, and then I guess it was the story director or possibly a cinema director or who else was writing the story. It was like, no, that's not what I was envisioning for Tanya. This is what I was envisioning. Or, you know, again, I'm not part of those Illuminati meetings, so my assumption is that somebody in NRS with that power was just like, no, that's not what we were going for Tanya. We were thinking more this, and then the concept artist would make the changes, and then they'd be like, yes, that's our Tanya.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Sorry, guys. Continue with your convo.
So what I wanted to ask also, like, let's see if I didn't forget. And if I did, apologies. But so when it comes to changing the game every time, so there's a band that I listen to that they are of the same mindset, literally the same mindset, where every album is different. There are some similarities, but everything is different. Isn't that good? And instead of and I know like there's some counter arguments of like Tekken, Street Fighter, but even those games, they always change their something. There's always something that changes. So would you say you guys' argument is yes, stay the same, but change like maybe minor things? Is that what
Mike, you want to take this? Because I think we have the same point of view. What Tekken does is Tekken is basically Tekken 5.0 added onto it over the course of over a decade, almost 20 years.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Tekken
They keep the same system,
and-
but they add to it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Tekken refines, and I find that Tekken and Virtua Fighter, they refine what they've got. So the people have been playing them for a long time. Like, if you had frozen me back in the Tekken 5 era and then put me in the Tekken 7 era, there's obviously new shit in there, but I'd be okay. Like, I'd tell someone, if you've played Tekken 5, you'll be okay in Tekken 6, Tekken 7, even Tekken 8, even though Tekken 8 has gone a bit overboard, like, you'd still be okay. It's still Tekken.
Yeah.
Virtua Fighter as well. Like, I didn't play Virtua Fighter 1. I started on 2. I skipped over 3 and went straight to 4, and then played 5, and it's Virtua Fighter. Like, it doesn't change. You know, if I boot up Yakuza and walk around and go to the arcade, I'll play Virtua Fighter. It doesn't change for me. But MK, if I tell someone, oh, if you like going from MK9 to MK1, you'll be okay. That's a lie. You're probably gonna get slaughtered if you go from like 1 to 9 or 9 to 1.
Because they keep
Even from 9
reinventing
to
the wheel.
X. even from 9 to X or X to 11, it's so
Yeah.
aggressively different.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But the
that's
problem is that they try to outdo themselves with every release. Like there's got to be like a selling point. You know, it's either the cameos or the combat variations, or there's always something. You know, instead of like refining what works and making it better.
That's all the
Just
Illuminati.
yeah. Just before
That's-
anyone goes on, did Cross or Jamal wants to add to the conversation too, or Chris? I know you guys have been sitting in here for a while.
I did actually, because I wanted to come in from the perspective of someone who is not like a Mortal Kombat player, but tried it, because pretty much everyone here, from what I assume, you know, they've been playing Mortal Kombat for a long time. I'm a 3D fighting game player, and I started playing, the first Mortal Kombat game I had played was Mortal Kombat 9. That's because to me it was like a reboot. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna come in and play. And my perspective was I didn't like Mortal Kombat, but I was gonna try it. And I ended up really getting into it. I actually went to Tom, I actually met you at Devastation 2011.
In Arizona. Yeah.
Yes. Yep. I played Katana and I got, I think, like top 16. I lost to a fucking smoke player running away from me throwing smoke balls all day. Anyway, whatever. Like I loved Katana and her character design. Because it felt like she could zone and she could
You can
rush
thank
down.
John Edwards for that one. John Edwards was a big Katana fan.
Dude, I didn't even go in thinking I was going to play her. As I was blabbing her, I was like, oh, this is my character. So going on what you said, Tom, when Mortal Kombat 10 came, my favorite button was down 1. I love that button. Going into Mortal Kombat 10, when that came out, Katana felt completely different. And at first I was like, well, maybe it's because the variation I'm playing. But then I went to Assassin and I was like, well, this feels different. My character just doesn't, it's like technically Katana, the character artistically is there. Like, yes, whatever in the story or whatever. But mechanically, the reason why I'm here playing this game is gone. And so my question is that what is the mechanical identity of Mortal Kombat? Because to
That's a
me,
great
as
question.
someone
They
on
don't
the
have one.
outside,
They don't
it
have no
doesn't look
identity.
like-
Yeah.
yeah,
Don't have no
That's
identity.
what I
Don't have
always
them.
said. The
that's what it
more-
felt like to
Non-existent.
me.
Yeah.
Because like when I go from like Tekken, like when you said that Tekken 5 example, that was perfect because it was like I started playing Tekken with Tekken 6. So and I play with Xiao Yu. And Xiao Yu has a ton of moves, and I have to put in a lot of time. I know, shut up. Don't shake your fucking head. Like, but anyway, like I had to put in a lot of time and investment into learning this character, and I wasn't even good at the end of it, right? So then when Tag 2 comes out, I feel like, okay, well, good. I get to build on that investment. I'm not good yet, but maybe by the end of Tag 2, I'll be good. But then it's like I put in that same time investment into Katana and MK9, and then in MK10, it's all gone. It feels like, why should I even put in the time investment?
Hey,
That's a great question.
can I respond to this real quick?
Go ahead.
So, evening, how y'all doing? So, yes, similar to you, right? I played every MK game. I got into MK with UMK3, like way back in the day, man. I've always been a sucker for the ninjas. I love the color swap. That was just my thing. MK9, great, love it. MK9 felt like what it really was, which was just a revival of MK from the past, right? I didn't really care too much for the 3D games. The 3D games that I liked were like Soul Calibur. I got into a little bit of Tekken, but for the most part, I stayed on Soul Calibur, a little bit of Virtual Fighter, right?
Yeah.
Getting into MK9 felt like a revival of MK proper to me. It also still to this day kind of feels like the last time MK wasn't split and didn't have a split community. And what I mean by that is MKX, when they brought in the variation system, you have two different parts of the community that enjoy MKX or hate MKX for different reasons. Mike Hollow loves MKX. I hate MKX. I could not stand getting 50-50 to death. That was just it wasn't for me, right? It just wasn't for me. Nothing against the art style. I just hated getting 50-50 to death, and I don't think that it was very intuitive to have a run button that just basically meant you always have Oki no matter where somebody knocks you on the screen. You can have a zoner that just has Oki randomly, even though they just zoned you halfway from your life. So that to me just didn't seem like very intuitive design overall, but I do understand the people that love it. It's a fast-paced, fun, creative game. I will not take that away from it. But that did signal to me the start of them splitting their community in two different ways. Are we going to try to make a competitive game, or are we going to try to make a fun game? And it's very hard to do both, right? I think Street Fighter has kind of figured out how to do both in a way that's meaningful but keeps competitive integrity. MK has been trying to do that since MKX. They have been. MK11, their thought process was, let's keep the variation system because everyone loved that, but we also don't want everyone to have super oppressive Oki, so let's give a million wake-up options, and also let's strip away everything and make it about nothing but footsies. And every player in MK11 tries to find every way to exploit that, which is how you end up with flawless block on hit and jumping being super overpowered. Again,
that's because that game was not made for airborne superiority like Cabal, Jackie, etc.
Right. So now you again.
Sorry, just before you continue, someone's playing music. Could whoever it is, could you turn it off, please?
My apologies. It's probably my controller. I was playing Street Fighter.
Oh, okay.
So then again, this continues the split of, okay, what do we want out of our game? What does our community want out of our game? And like Tom keeps saying, they keep obtaining new people with each iteration of MK, but they're losing their prior crowd. Most of the people who liked MKX did not like MK11. A lot of the people who liked MK11 don't like MK1. And they don't re-pick up their crowd from MKX to MK1. I have played all of them, and by and large, in my opinion, MK1 is the worst one that I have played personally. My gripes with it, I've already spoken to Cherney about it. My gripes with it are simply that at this point, because I think they've put a lot of work into the game to make it better than what it was on launch. On launch, that game was atrocious. It was horrible. There's nobody that can tell me otherwise. I think they have done better. But my gripe with it today is that it does not, they're still trying to make a game that has its own identity and does something quote unquote different, but you cannot continue to try to break the mold when it comes to standard fighting game things. If you're going to make an assist game, fighting games in general, we all know that offense is going to be stronger than defense. It has to be in order for someone, for viewing purposes and for playing purposes, offense always has to be stronger than defense. However, that does not mean that defense should be either non-existent or very minimized. What defensive options or rewards are you given from anything in MK1? Your reward for blocking often is to block more. And if you flawless block, it might negate chip. And that's about it. There are, again, comparing it to its peers, the modern fighting games, look at the defensive options you have in Street Fighter and Tekken. You have far more than just, hey, guess right and hope that you don't get thrown for a 30% for even guessing right or taking the throw.
Well, I'd say you have more defensive characters as opposed to defensive.
And that is true. You do have defensive characters, and this is not a very mechanically heavy game.
Points, and they both kind of piggyback off each other. For one, Mortal Kombat, so like he brought up, he likes Xiao Yu, and his investment into Xiao Yu is an investment into Tekken and the Tekken franchise. Mike Hollow's love for Scorpion keeps him invested in the Mortal Kombat. We get invested into our character. In order to truly love something, you have to be invested somewhere in there. Mortal Kombat is a game now for soulless mercenaries. The number one saying in Mortal Kombat, Sanford Kelly, right? What did Sanford Kelly say? Pick a top tier, right? But that's not a common saying. Nah. It's a fighting game thing. Mortal Kombat saying is pick another character. But when you have a revolving door of pick another character, there is no loyalty, there is no attachment to the characters, hence there is no attachment to the game. It is just a matter of, you're just saying that Mortal Kombat has become a game of the only reason to play it is to pick the character, the 1 to 3 characters that are super top tier, and play it for money. If you're playing to get invested in your character, don't bother, because your character is not your character anymore in the next game. And people get into MK9. He says, I love Katana. He gets into MKX. He's like, well, what character is this? People that get into MKX, they say, oh, I love Scorpion. Oh, my God. It's just sick how aggressive he is. Then they play MK11, and they're like, oh, just do forward 3 all day and fake teleport cancel. And then, right? Or you get into like a character in MK11 and you're like, oh my God, this character's sick. And then you play him in MK1 and you're like, what the fuck am I doing? Like, so
Right.
that is kind of like the issue there. It doesn't grab you. You don't stay invested into it. And you don't stay invested into the franchise. It's a huge problem. And if you look at it, here's the real proof. MK9 and MKX, you had people who were not just tournament players, but very invested character specialists. And despite having Alien being obnoxious, Melina being obnoxious, except for the pre-patch Tanya debacle, MK9 Cabal is the way he was or whatever, but there was a good variety of characters even in top 8s or grand finals even. MK11 in the era of balance, its final main tournament ended in a Fujin mirror in the era of balance. So these are the last three major Mortal Kombat tournaments were MK11 Evo, Pro Series finale in MK1, Evo MK1. MK11 ended in a mirror of the best 2 characters in the game. MK1 Pro Series ended in a mirror of the best 2 characters in the game. And matter of fact, the Pro Series only basically had the same 2 characters for the entire top 8. And then Evo MK1 ended with the same 2 characters, the best 2 characters in the game. And how do you get that? It's not an indictment on, oh my God, MK1 is broken or whatever. It's, you don't see this in Tekken as much as because even though there are still obnoxiously powerful characters, people are invested in their characters. Knee, when people think of Knee, they don't think, oh, Knee, he just plays any character to win, which he can play them all. But he is known for Brian. You know?
Can I ask a question off that, Tom? I want to ask Bloodcat a question based on what you're saying. The guys in the office, they understand that people get attached to characters, right?
Yes.
So can I ask, I don't know if you'll be able to answer this. I know it's a multiverse, but whose idea was it to scrap Hanzo Hasashi and have Kuai Lang become Scorpion? Because that's one of the weirdest things that I think NRS did. I can't make heads or tails of that. That's like throwing Ryu under a bus.
Yeah, Mike, before that, I got to head out really quick. We got kids and everything, bedtime and whatnot.
No worries,
but I'll be listening.
Before
I'll
you
stay
answer, I'm just going to say I have to get going, guys. Thank you so much for having me, Mike. It was awesome having this conversation, but I have to get going.
No worries, bro. Thank you for jumping on.
Take it easy. Take it easy, Tom. And everybody.
He's gone, yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's gone. All right, bye.
About being attached to characters.
Yeah, so like Hanzo Hasashi, I know Liu Kang is like sometimes seen as the poster child, but when I was growing up with Mortal Kombat, it always seemed like Scorpion and Sub-Zero were the main guys. They're like the poster children of the franchise. So whose idea was it to get rid of Hanzo?
I think that was whoever's in charge of story and was just trying to maybe mix things up because it's multiverse.
Dominic. Dominic?
As a designer, I'm not part of that department, so I don't know what discussions were happening, what was on the whiteboard, who gave notes on the first version of the script and the second script and the third script. So
can I ask them, what was the reaction in the office when you guys heard that Hanzo Hasashi was no longer Scorpion and it was being given to Sub-Zero and it's repurposing Sub-Zero?
We were kind of, I know from my perspective, I was just kind of like, that's an interesting take, but do we need to do that? I know it's a new timeline and I knew it's multiverse, but is it really necessary?
Yeah. Are they aware of how, because I don't know, obviously, because I played Scorpion, I've spoken to Scorpion players and I have not heard a single Scorpion player say they were happy with him becoming Kuai Lang. Do they know how people feel about Hanzo being written out of the story?
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. I mean, again, when I was there, we didn't really get involved with the other departments, especially story mode. You just focused on your characters, made sure your animations are looking good, frame data, all that stuff. So that's kind of like inner office politics stuff. And also not being part of Illuminati meetings, I don't know the discussions about that, switching Sub-Zero to Scorpion and, changing the way Tanya looks or making Cyrax and Sector female. So I don't know.
Do you guys have any
gotta-
questions for? Yeah, go
I
on.
do. I do
Yeah,
have. Oh, sorry. Go
I
ahead.
wanted to just, no, you're good, man. I just wanted to ask kind of like a general question to anybody. What do you think started this whole stigma that the Mortal Kombat developers feel the need to change the game constantly? Because historically, they weren't always like that. They kind of were known as, copy and paste their asses, like with the palette swap ninjas and whatnot. And then even in the 3D era, they would, reuse stances and give them to new characters. So it's like if you know one stance in Deadly Alliance, you can find a character with the same stances in Armageddon.
So I got something to say about
historically-
that.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I think the main issue with that is mainly that the player base is just on a back and forth, because we're pretty much split. There's the casuals and then there's the pros or the competitors, On one hand, you want the casuals who don't really care. They just want to play the game, just like they go for fun over really balanced, right? And then on the other hand, you have the pros who want like the most balanced game possible. But the thing is, I don't know if this is true. I think someone mentioned it once, but someone said that a lot of the people in charge of the balancing team were like ex-pros or something. So a lot of the reasons why we get some of the weird like balance changes on the MK1 is because of them. So the way they balance stuff, I don't agree with that. I don't know how you guys feel about that, where they just nerf everything because that doesn't fix anything.
Well,
Well, I wasn't really talking about the balance,
Well-
more so the need to change like the entire game.
Yeah,
I
every
you're
think
new
talking
game.
about the
Oh, okay.
foundation of the game, right? Like, why does it change every game? Like, why has that become the norm?
Yeah,
Well,
like I
that
wanted
goes
to.
back
I
to
think
what I
the
was
reason-
saying.
Why?
think- I
Oh,
think
go
the
ahead.
reason is, I think the reason is because I feel like the developers want to stick out like a sore thumb.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh,
They're trying to outdo themselves
I
with every
really-
game.
I really believe that. I think they take pride in, well, I see what everybody else is doing here. We're going to be different over here every time. But
Is that
I
the
don't agree with
sentiment
it.
in the office, Blood Count?
What was that?
Is that a sentiment in the office that they want to reinvent to stick out or like be different from everyone else?
I think that has a valid point. Again, as not being part of those meetings and just being a cog in the wheel, I can't really attest to it, but I do know that like Paulo does like to tinker with stuff and do new things and try new things and see if they work. And it's kind of like with the up block. I remember when I was doing my first character for MK1, you get a thing called a shot list, which is for mocap, which has all your combos and special moves, and you put descriptions on how you do the roundhouse kick and what you chamber into after that. And I remember seeing a section in the navigation part where you do your block stance, your duck blocking, and I saw something called up block, and I was just like, what is up block?
Oh my God, the up block! I can't believe this shit.
So
I remember people were rejoicing about the up block, saying, "Oh, you can't jump in anymore." You know what I used to do? I used to jump in and fake like I was going to hit them, so they could do the up block, and then I could punish their ass.
So when one of the more senior designers explained what up block was, I was just like, well, why can't we just use the standard high block that every other fighting game uses to block jump ins? Like, and we already have perfect block, so why do we need this extra mechanic of up block where you also have to hold the up button with the block button, but sometimes your fingers can slip or there's input lag or whatever, and you end up jumping instead of blocking, or you're holding block but the jump didn't register, so you don't do the up block and then you get punished. And it's like, why are we trying to reinvent the wheel with something with blocking that's been a standard all across Tekken and Street Fighter? Why do we need this up block? And I was told like, oh, it's just something that Paulo's tinkering with, but it's there just in case, and we're going to capture it so we can have it in the system just in case if it does get approved. And then eventually it did get approved and it got used in the game. And even when I was playing the game when it first launched, I'd never used up block. I was just like, because also
Neither did I.
I was like, I kind of forgot it was there, and then I also was like, well, I'm just gonna use the standard block like I do in Street Fighter, Dragon Ball Z's and everything. So
This is the reason why I feel like the developers need to engage more with the players to find out what we really want as a whole.
I mean, you think that's
Because
what managers for?
but there's
I wanted to address Chris's question on why the game may feel different all the time. I think
just before you address this
go
question,
ahead.
bro, I'm just gonna read out this super chat just for blood count to answer. Because you're the designer on Liu Kang, he's asking why you didn't give Liu his parry. What was the idea behind that?
I think it was because the cameo system would help provide something like that. Because he had the dragon parry with the nunchucks in MK11, and then he had the parry in MKX where he did the roundhouse kick and then stomped you. I think for MK1, I was just kind of like, he doesn't really need it because he's got that teleport now that does the burst of fire. And then also there, with the cameos coming down the line, like, oh, you could just pick this cameo and there you now have a projectile parry, or you have a parry in general for Liu Kang. So
okay, and one other super chat before we go back to Cross is thoughts on graphics. Should we go back to MK9/X's more animated look, or do you prefer the more realistic look / movement of MK1? I think we answered this one earlier, didn't we? But thank you, Skylar, for the $10 donation. I don't mind them doing realistic as long as they can do it right, but it seems much harder to do properly. Is it, as a designer, do you prefer doing realistic, like going down the realism route, or do you more prefer like the artsy look with MKX and 9?
I think like if I'm working on a game that I know is going to be that style, like a 2X KO, then I'm okay with it being heavy cartoony or archaic, arcade style. But then it's like, if you're going to go for beautiful backgrounds and beautiful blossom trees and everything and waterfalls in Unreal 4, then yeah, I would definitely want a more realistic feel to it. So I think it all just comes, for me personally, it comes down to the style that I'm, designing for.
Okay. All right, Cross, yeah, sorry, continue, bro.
No, it's okay. The question that he had is like, why is it that every MK game feels the need to change? I feel like it's a variety of reasons, but I think the origin point is the same, and no one's really kind of put a pin on it. And I hope like this is what I'm saying is the case. I think that the question that everyone answered before, when I asked, is there a mechanical identity to the game, and everyone unanimously said no. I think that's why, because if you don't like, when they're designing the next Tekken game, they know what their mechanical identity is. Like they know, like for the most part, what their foundation is. So what they're thinking about is what can we add on top of this game to make it Tekken 7, to make it Tekken 8, to make it Tekken 9, because they know what Tekken is. They just got to add what makes it 7, 8, or 9. But if the developers don't have that also, like if they agree with you guys as well, that there is no mechanical identity, I don't know if that's the truth, but if they believe
not
that
to
there
cut
is
you
no,
off, my bad, but I'm just, for Mortal Kombat, I think technically like the gore, like I think the gore is like their main mechanic, if you want, because it technically is a mechanic. It's something that's in the game.
Well, that's more like
it's been in the game from
identity.
Yeah, I guess, but
like I'm talking about,
I'm more doing like devil's advocate shit. I'm just chatting.
I know, but like let me like finish. Like I was just saying, like if they agree, I don't know that they agree. Like you could be right. Like maybe they do have some mechanical identity that they go by eternally. But if they don't agree, then they don't have a foundation. So that means they have to remake the foundation every time. Does that make any am I making any sense when I say that?
That was part of my question too, like the origin of it.
My question was going to be to you is that, did you feel that when you were working there, did you feel like when you were going to start on the next game that there was kind of like a general, like, because you're a character gameplay designer, if I understand correctly, so that means that the characters have to, for lack of a better word, submit to the general system of the game, meaning that when you're making that character, that's going to be like they have to play by the rules of the game. So was there like a general idea of like, hey, we're going to give you Reiko, but this game is kind of like this, and this is the identity of, Mortal Kombat. So make sure that when you're making this character, they at least don't, like, let's say if I was thinking about Tekken, characters can't just free walk, sidestep very easily and avoid everything. Like, because movement is difficult, but rewarding in Tekken, let's say, right? Like, was there something like that, or did it just feel like it was up to you to decide how the character was going to be built and you had like complete freedom or whatever?
Yeah, it's pretty much how I decide how I want Reiko to play. But yes, I do have to keep in mind of the systems that are in place, push block or perfect block or up block or the cameos and what the cameo ambushes can do. But at the end of the day, I'm still designing Reiko the way how I think he should play and how he should feel in his play style. And then the little nuances of the extra little things in meta is, something that Paulo can handle or, rein in or whatever. Because also the thing is like throughout the entire development process, sometimes some mechanics can get cut. And some things can come back, and other things can just never materialize. And so I always just try to make the complete character that I think he should play. So with Reiko, I wanted him to be a high pressure, in your face UFC style guy. He did some Krav Maga. Gangrel is one of my favorite wrestlers, so I gave him a DDT.
I love the Brood.
And yeah, me too. And the throwing stars were just kind of like, hey, here's his MK4 move, and his parry. I think they changed it when I left. I think it was the EX parry that has him switch positions, and in MK4 he had that teleport that kind of had him do a 360 around you. So that was kind of like a throwback to that too, to where he could like get around you with a parry.
I've just got a super chat here that we missed. It's from Hackney Man. Thank you for donating the 199, bro. He said, "Can you ask him why Fatal Blow returns on whiff?"
I believe that's once again another Paulo decision on how he wants the fatal blows to work, and not like punish the player for trying the move or whatever, because it's supposed to be a comeback mechanic. But me personally, I always like the whole risk reward thing, like with the MKX X-rays or the super moves in Injustice. Like, hey, you've got a full stick of butter, and are you going to cash it out? And if you are cashing out, you better make sure that it hits, because if it doesn't hit, you lose all the sticks, and now you can't EX your moves or meter burn your moves. You can't do the combo breaker that costs 2 bars or anything like that. So I never was a fan of fatal blows, and again, I think that 100% was Apollo decision on how it should actually function.
I have a question for you, Blackout, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
When you were making someone like Reiko, I just want to know if, obviously, when you ported their specials over, you looked at the past games to see what they're known for, right?
Yeah.
Like, but were you ever looking at any competitive scenes like an MK4 or like MK Deadly Alliance to see, for example, what Reiko was playing in those games, how he used to play in those games? Or was it completely wipe the slate clean? I'm going to make Reiko how I want to make him in this game.
Yeah, it's like wiping the slate clean. You have creative freedom. Once again, it's a new timeline, so it's a new, it's General Shao now instead of Shao Kahn and
right.
Fire God Liu Kang. So, but yeah, there was still kind of that whole like, well, he's still technically a legacy character. So with my design, I'm still going to give him the throwing stars,
flip kick.
Well, the flip kick, I was just kind of like, it doesn't really fit into what I was making him, because I kind of, if you notice his stance and the way he does the double leg takedown and does the grab for the DDT, it was very Krav Maga UFC influenced, and that whole flip kick thing, I was just like, he's got the, he's got
it's
the
too
stars.
Silly. It's too silly.
A little too silly. And then same thing with the parry back in MK4, where he did a full 360 around the arena, which also made sense because it was, kind of more of in a 3D space. But for that, I was just like, because we're in the 2D space, let's just have it where if he successfully parries you, he can switch positions with you, and that's a throwback to his old like 360 run around parry teleport or whatever.
Right. Yeah, I've always wondered that because these characters haven't been like seen in a game in like years and years. So I wonder what that
Yeah, I
direction
mean,
was.
I looked at Natara too,
Right.
and she had the wings, but she didn't really use them to the full effect back in then because also the technology was very limited. So I was just like, well, let's just give her the eight directional airborne dashes because she's got wings, and nobody's really done that in MK before, where you actually have like 8 different air dashes. I didn't really want to give her the hover that like Sindel and Raiden had in the past games, and then kind of fly around like Hawk Girl in Injustice. I kind of just wanted her to like be able to get into the air quickly, do your air dashes, and then attack with the air combos or the air grab of her vampire grab that you could do in the air, or the dive kick that could set up a pop-up, and then once again you can get back into the air. I forget who it was, but somebody made a video of like how to play General Shao, and very recently I wish I knew the name, and I was like, hey, he gets it. Like, yeah, that's how General Shao should be played. And I forget
that might have been is it video games, Joe?
Oh man, I'll have to look it up here on YouTube. But when he was explaining the character and how you can like throw down the axe and then do this and get the axe back, I was like, yeah, that's exactly how General Shao should be played.
All right. Well, what I want to do now, we're going to do like another half an hour because we've been doing this for almost 7 hours. I'm going to go around and give everyone like enough time to say what they want to say, and then also during that the stream can send in messages that they want to ask as well. So I'll start with Cherney. No, I'm not going to rush anyone. Was there anything that you want to add to the conversations, like a closing moment?
Hey, I guess Tom is gone. Or like, can you hear me?
You're cutting up a little bit.
Okay, hold on. How about now?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. I've been listening to like the all the conversation here, and one thing I still don't get is I want to go back to the conversation that was being had about like whether the cameo system was limiting or not. And my problem with people who say this is I usually find the people who like they checked out the game a long time ago and they don't play the game as it currently is. I think the game is the farthest thing from limiting. There's like a philosophical difference, of course, between whether or not you like it if the cameo completes the character or if you want a complete character that has the cameo on top. I think both ways have their merits, but I definitely think MK1 is the latter by design. I think that they intentionally wanted to have these characters that like they have things that they can do and they might even do it really well, but they're deficient enough they need a cameo. Personally, I think the game only works if you do that. But I also disagree with this idea that like the cameo meta in the game is like so rigid that there's only one choice. Like I play Smoke in that game. I pretty much mained him since day one. And Smoke absolutely just like objectively speaking, if you look at like what kind of things in general are good to have in fighting games, Smoke could compete and win a tournament in the right player's hands with pretty much every cameo in the game, except like 3, which would be Jax, Farah, and who is the other one? Definitely Jax, Farah, and I guess, yeah, it would be like Mataro. Like, those are the only 3 cameos in the game that give him absolutely nothing that's of any value to him. But every other cameo in the game allows him to do everything that he wants to do in different ways. It allows him to have defensive options against certain characters and certain team matchups. Like a lot of people, for example, are constantly complaining right now about how dominant Sector is because Sector cameo has, the MK11 style instantaneous fatal blow that goes full screen. But what a lot of people really don't like is the double homing rocket, right? Because a lot of people, they just fire that off in neutral and use it as a fuck neutral option to get in. But there are options to it. You can pick Kano, you can pick Striker, you can pick Cyrax, and use those ambushes you can call to basically invalidate their attempt to use the homing missile to get in, because it stops them in their tracks. It's little bits of matchup knowledge like that, or matchup counterplay, that a lot of people just don't do or bother to learn, that really is what leads me to be graded a lot by the discourse around the game.
But this is more subjective though, because that can be applied to any fighting game. Every fighting game is going to have people that lock in and learn more about the game. But for people that have been playing Mortal Kombat for a long time, like I was saying to Kage earlier, by scale, it's very clear that this and MK11, I mean, you got the designer in here as well, saying that MKX, the players were there. They were testing the game. And this one, there's no passion behind it. So I don't really even know why you're arguing at this point. The designers even said it.
No, there's no way that can be argued, though. Listen, there's no way that they don't give a shit about this game in terms of working on it. Otherwise, they wouldn't still be adding new moves and tools to the characters to this day that are clearly not unfinished things that they just didn't have finished when the game came out. I'm assuming you probably didn't watch the combat cast for Conan or any of that today.
I did watch it.
Okay, you did. But I mean, I'm sorry, I just don't believe a development team that doesn't give a shit about their own game is going to keep doing things like that, especially because new moves and animations are the number one most expensive thing to add in development of a fighting game, especially.
But he never said that nobody there gives a shit. He said that there's a very clear difference between how many people give a shit now versus then. And it's very clear when you look at the games. And it's very clear when you see audience reception. I don't really even think that... Are you trying to tell me that when you look at MKX and then you look at MK1, you see the same level of passion?
Yes, I think I do.
You got to be trolling.
I think
I'm sorry.
I mean, the reason they added those moves in the first place was because they said they were already going to do it months ago. So they'd look pretty dumb if they didn't do it.
Oh God!
You see this, Journey? You just made this point. You just made this point, right? And I haven't sat here and insulted you over it, even though that was an opportune moment to treat you the way you treated me earlier. This is how you have a respectful disagreement with somebody.
I'm not a little phased by that kind of stuff, but
you're trolling though, right?
No, but I think MKX is a garbage game. I think if there was a game that proved, people want to talk about that, they think MK has a lot about it that shows that they don't know. I think MKX was the definitive proof they have no idea how to make a fighting game. It was fun. And it was definitely fun to watch, but you were never watching, especially MKX, and enjoying it because of the gameplay. You were enjoying it because you liked vicariously living through the shit show that the players put each other through.
Okay, let me ask you this though.
Isn't fun the most important thing?
Well, it depends on what kind of fun it is, but I mean, come on, most of our top players
compared to like little or no fun, because it seems like that's the argument they're making. They're having little to no fun. So isn't more fun better than little to no fun?
The problem is, like in, I suppose this is like a ballsy thing to say, but like, you cannot necessarily trust people when they say whether they find something fun or not, especially if they continue to engage in it. Now, Mike has like stuck to his guns, right? Because he doesn't like the game, so he doesn't play it at all. But if I see you saying that you think the game isn't fun, it lacks this, it lacks that, but I still see you getting on every day, which is something I see with tons of people, then I can't trust what you're saying. If you didn't think it was fun, you wouldn't be getting on the game every day.
Yeah,
Okay.
you don't see tons of people jumping on because we look at the retention and we can see it's very low. So we know that there's not tons of people jumping on.
Charts, which are nothing though.
Listen, man, I even stopped playing Mortal Kombat 1 at some point.
I like to add something real quick.
Yeah.
So I got to ask you this then. So this comes from someone that played the game every day, you know, like I made it to God rank every season in ranked. And I recently took like a month break because I just got burned out. But as much as I like the game, I know it's got its flaws, you know, like some cameos are like, it's not a secret, you know, some cameos are just straight up way more useful than the other cameos. Like you compare Chameleon, let me see, Serena, and then you compare it to the weaker characters like Chujinko and other characters like that. Like the cameo is getting balance is getting better, but like we're not at like peak balance yet. So now I ask you this: do you honestly think that this game is honestly like top 5 MK games?
Top 5 MK games. Are we talking like
Pure gameplay?
LS only, or are we talking midweight games too?
Any game that you've played from like the MK.
Yeah, this game would definitely be my top 5. But
That's crazy.
Listen, I also come from the old school like FGC mentality. Like, I don't know why Tom is like kind of in denial of this, but even like his podcast co-host M2 Dave, who I'm also friends with, M2 Dave and I remember everyone thought every MK game was shitty and only the MK players liked those games. They were always considered to be trash on a competitive level, on a quality of life level. The single player content, especially in the 3D games, was about the only thing that was ever considered noteworthy about those games. At least everywhere I went. I mean, I mainly hung around in the Tekken.
Yeah, no, I felt that. I was one of those guys. That was me. Yes. Yeah, I know what you mean.
And that is the thing. I judge NRS games. Well, I'll say NRS and the midway games both. Like, I judge them by, you know, what games I liked. Aside from that, what games got me into fighting games. And truth be told, like, I kind of ended up in NRS games by accident because really what motivated me to start playing them was the fact that they were the first to officially enter like the rollback netcode arms race, which is a big deal, right? Because obviously, like, I could only stand to play Tag 2 for not much longer after it came out with the way the online was in that game. Tag 2, I mean.
Sorry, 1 second, Shiny. For the people that are donating super chats, I'm gonna read them out. Don't worry, I haven't missed them. I can see them on the screen. Sorry about that. Continue.
So, like, and I also had the opinion, by the way, that, like, and I know I'm a minority when I say this for sure, that I think that in the NRS era of game, I think Injustice 2 was their best game.
I agree.
At least if you're like a competitive dweeb, like I am, it's the best game.
Well, I did have a question for you, Cherney, because there's something I want to push back on something you said, because I see that type of comment in other communities as well when there's dissatisfaction with a game. It kind of goes like this, where I don't like this game, and then it says, then they'll say, well, do you play it? And I say, well, I played it, but then I quit. Then it's like, well, you haven't been playing it recently, so you don't really know what the game is. Okay. But then if I continue to play the game, then it's like, well, how can I trust anything you're saying? Your actions don't line up with your words. So it's like, well, I have to continue to play in the game to have the credibility, to have the argument to be able to make the game, like to make the argument, right? But then if I stop playing the game because I don't like the game, then I don't have credibility.
Well, okay, like here's my thing is you're like free to dislike a game or have a preference about a game. But my thing is if you're going to dislike a game and you're going to feel justified in it, I do think like just as a matter of like, how do I put this? I just feel like if you're going to be like have your preferences about the game, I do think you should at least like understand the game that you're playing. That is a problem I have with a lot of critics of this game, is that I have played with, coached, and watched people who I see are always vocal critics of the game. And it's not even a matter of the game doesn't play the way they want to. They just refuse to actually learn how to play it at the highest level. And
Okay.
Yeah, but Chani, you came in here to say that my points were ridiculous. Not only did you not point out what was ridiculous, but nobody agreed with you. Not in the stream chat, not Tom. I'm still waiting to understand what is ridiculous.
So wait, let me ask you this then. You said that MK was one of your top 5 games then. So do you think, in your honest opinion, you think MK1 is in a good state right now?
I think it is in a good state right now. The game
Really?
The game was trash for the first 6 months. But like the biggest problem with the game in the first 6 months, aside from like content issues, was that it had a lockdown meta, and lockdown metas are just like never good. Nobody likes them. They're uninteractive. They waste your time. They're boring to watch. Like I would say that, you know, hurt the game severely. But no, I mean, no, I think you can make an argument the game is, at least as far as competitively, right? Like if you want to take the game seriously and you want an experience that's like pretty diverse, I do think the game is in a good state. It could be better, of course. Like every fighting game could be better until the development starts. But no, I mean the viable cameo selection is really diverse. There is probably no character in this game except maybe 3 or 4 that could not win a tournament, even including against like the top 5 characters.
I mean, that's not the problem whether they're not usable or not. The problem is that there are other cameos in the game that have a bunch of other cameos abilities pretty much just bundled into one, like Chameleon. Like she pretty much just has Serena's glaive ability, where she tosses her boomerang.
Yeah, but the problem is you don't have access to that all times, so you have to wait through a cooldown.
I mean, yeah, but like that's not that big of a deal as you might think it is, you know? Like she gives you access to
It's obviously
overheads.
not a big deal because whenever this game got updated and they brought a new cameo in, the whole meta shift, and we saw that in tournaments. Like when Chameleon came out, everyone else got dropped because Chameleon was doing what everybody else was doing, and it was like that for months. There would be a new character and a new cameo, and the meta would start shifting.
Hey,
look at the finals. Like
how many cameos are there?
To watch.
Well, Chameleon's like that's almost a whole different topic of conversation because like I would never put something like Chameleon in the game in the first place. That was just like objectively a stupid thing to put in. And that did kind of, if there was like a case, if you wanted to argue and prove cameo system was a bad idea, she was the proof of that. Because they just literally put in a Swiss Army knife anyone could pick. There was
okay, so what about Serena? What about Cyrex? When Cyrex got nerfed, everybody went to Kung Lao.
When it comes to Cyrax is useful. He's selectively useful. But like, I mean, for my character, for example, he's actually very useful because he gives you like a true vortex in the corner that's inescapable because every time he touches you, he gets to put the net on you. So
I mean, I'm
that's
not
like
arguing that he's not useful. What I'm saying is that, like, with every cameo that has been added to the game or every nerf/buff, there has always been like the cameo that everybody uses. I mean, you look at the finals, right? Like MK Tom Brady was saying, what was the finals? Johnny Cage mirror match with Chameleon. You look at what was it, the East Coast Throwdown? What was the final combatants there? I believe it was a Johnny Cage and Kung Lao.
Guys, I'm going to move the conversation away from this just so that other people can get their say. I'm going to have CJ speak next, but I'm just going to read out the three super chats that came in. They're for blood count, if that's all right, blood count.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got one here from Patrick asking, was Chrome ever brought up?
I am the Chrome guy. I was pushing for that character for the longest time, and then T1000 came out.
Yeah. Do you know if the T1000 will be able to morph into Chrome?
I actually don't know. I was actually supposed to be the designer of it, but of course I was leaving. But I did have a working design document, and I didn't really have any of that in there. I was just like focusing more on what he can form and, how he can parry and all that stuff. Now, did they keep any of those ideas? Probably not, but we'll see.
Okay.
But that's probably as close as you're going to get to Chrome and MK.
That's such a shame. That is such a shame.
Yeah.
I've got another super chat from Cambam. Thank you for the $9.99. She says, it seems like MK11 has way more defensive options, but MK1 seems to be lacking in it. Get up roll, for example, to escape oppressive pressure. Why is that?
I think meta-wise, it was like, hey, we have this cameo system. We're bringing back combo breakers. Also, we had like 8 different wake-up options in MK11. Let's simplify that to like just these 2 core or 3 core things, plus a cameo combo breaker. Again, I'm not part of those discussions or those decisions. You just roll with the punches while you're working there. And
I could tell you what it looks like. It looks like there was a knee-jerk reaction to the fact that MK11 was as defensively powerful as it was, and they said, let's take all of that away. Which kind of lends credence to a lot of what Tom Brady and a lot of other people have been saying, which is that they try to fix issues in this game fix things for this game that were issues in the last game, but they don't bring the issues over too. Like up block is not necessary in this game, because you have so many more ways to stop someone from jumping or getting off the ground. Up block would have been fantastic in MK11 because you couldn't stop someone from getting off the ground.
Yeah. No, there's definitely some knee-jerk reactions. Not most of the time, but maybe 25, 30% of the time.
All right, I've got one more super chat donation from here from a slice of beef lasagna. Thank you for the $10 donation. He said, I think MK1 plays fine overall. Could the game be improved enough through story and gameplay by building legacy controls of characters like Tekken and adding modes to be a great MK game? I think MK1's cooked. I don't think there's much you can really do for it. But I don't know. Do you feel differently about that blood count?
Yeah, I mean, I always kind of like the different variety modes that you could possibly do. I mean, yeah, there was like chess combat and mortar combat. The crypt in MK11, that was a good idea. Was it fully fleshed out and executed 100%? No, but I always thought we were going to take that crypt mode and turn it more into conquest style mode for invasion mode. Instead of what it became with the nodes, like kind of like what was it, Mario 3? I think it was Mario 3 or whatever, Super Mario, and then Nintendo, where you had to go from node to node to node. I think for this game, I think it's cooked too. I think for the next game, whatever it is, they should definitely take their time, actually have meetings, not just Illuminati meetings, and get everybody involved, whether you're a QA tester, a character artist, an animator, or a designer that's not a systems designer. Everyone should kind of have their say. I mean, that's what post-mortems are usually for in game game development is you figure out what worked in the last iteration and what didn't work. What did people like? What did people not like? What were some of the limitations of the engine and the tools and all that stuff? And, hopefully improve upon it for the next game instead of trying to rush it and beat this 2-year cycle or 3-year cycle.
Just before I have CJ take over, could I just ask, like, we saw that leaked phone call where they were saying they wanted to aggressively market Mortal Kombat 1. I don't know if you know this, but when that phone call was leaked, were you guys already working on the game, or did you guys have to start work when that leaked? Because I don't know if this was true, but I was told the turnaround time was like it was really fast. You guys didn't have much time to work on anything. There wasn't like a long development cycle.
No, we had a long development cycle. I mean, we were told, like, here's the schedule, here's what we're shooting for. You have more time now, so you won't have to crunch or super crunch. And then it turns out when I left, they had to go back to doing crunch and super crunch because a lot of things got jargled around and pushed around. Plus COVID didn't really help with the mocap unions and the restrictions with that, with the PCR testing and all that crap. So
how long was your development cycle then?
Let's see, when did MK11 end? Well, I think as we were doing Rambo or one of the last ones, and was it Melina? No, not Melina. I think Rambo. Yeah, it was right around Rambo's when, like, hey, we've got the branch set up for, the next game, and these are the ideas for the next game, and this person is now put on to that project to help flush out that prototype or vertical slice. And so yeah, I think we had about 4 years, I want to say,
for MK1.
For MK1, yeah. When did MK11 finish?
What?
Yeah,
we had 4 years, but okay.
2019.
Yeah,
2019 is when it shipped. So COVID. No, we were still working on MK11 during the height of COVID, like when everybody went remote.
Aftermath didn't come out until 2020.
22. Maybe it was 2020. I think late 2021 is when, like, the prototyping and all that stuff happened. And then 2022 for sure was when it went into like full production. So 2022, 2023 is 2 years. So 2.5. I have a 2.5 to 3 years.
I don't know if you guys have kind of caught on to it, but historically they've always had like a 4-year period where a game is out for 4 years and then they make the new one. From MKX to MK11, it was 4 years, and so on.
How much time do you reckon NRS needed? Do you think they had enough time to get out a good game, or do you? Because I thought you guys had much less time. I was under the impression that you guys had a very tight window. So
was I.
No, we had plenty of time. It's just that a lot of things with COVID screwed some stuff up with scheduling and restrictions, and how, a particular mocap union wanted to like set up things and get people in. And then also a lot of stuff did get outsourced, and, that takes some time, and a lot of that stuff would come back broken, and then that would take more time to get it fixed. And so, yeah, we weren't under a high stress of like, you only have 2 years to get this done. But because of all those pushbacks and COVID, I believe it was from April of 2023 to when it shipped in September is when they were doing like super crunch to be like, okay, we now have to crunch to get this out the door. And I didn't want to do that anymore. And so that was another one of the reasons why I left.
Fair play. All right, CJ, it's your turn to talk.
I really don't have much. Well, I do have a question a question or two for Blood Count before I continue. What's this? I've been hearing rumors about this ninja Pink Floyd or something like that. Were you guys in cahoots of trying to create a character like that in Mortal Kombat?
I think that's one of the things I can't really discuss because of non-disclosure agreements.
Uh-oh. Never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind. Never mind. Well. I mean, as far as the game, I mean, like I said before, there's things that I like about the game more than I like about there's more things I like about the game in Mortal Kombat 1 than I do in Mortal Kombat 11. They took the breakaway system, and then the crushing blows to me wasn't distributed valuably across the character roster.
Yeah.
Like, for instance, like Sub-Zero, all you had to do is just chain a combo together or a throw or something like that, or land a special move, and it'll basically come out. My character, Johnny, I had to do a string, and I had to miss the first part of the string, and then hope to God that I land the second part of the string. Or I had a hard read punish with some of my with the nut punch and everything like that, and to amplify.
To get a crushing blow to come out.
Yes, I didn't like that at all. I hated that, and they wiped that. They scrapped that for MK1. I also like the combos for MK1, and they brought back the breaker system.
Yeah, I just didn't like that.
Those are the things I like about Mortal Kombat 1. Everything else, I'm gonna have to agree. Mortal Kombat 1 doesn't feel like Mortal Kombat.
I agree. Yeah, that was one of the reasons I left.
And then the simple fact that, I'm sorry, Blood Count, that you guys didn't have a good impression on launch, man. There was too many problems. Way too many problems, man. And for y'all to have like a 4-year gap, this is fucking wild to me. It's fucking wild to me, man. But the thing it hurts the most is that I thought that this was going to be the year MK was going to be on top. No. We're hearing the same shit. You know, everybody. And then it's like you go on other videos that has nothing to do with Mike Hollow or Tom Brady at all, right? That basically is all about Mortal Kombat, basically talking about the game and what and everything like that, like the DLCs that's coming up. Doesn't necessarily speak on the state of the game, but what they enjoy. And then you hear people saying out of nowhere, "Oh, dead game, game's trash." At some point, I get it. I get the criticism, but at some point, man, it's like I'm sick and tired of seeing this shit. I'm just sick and tired of seeing this shit, and that's why I said what I said before, man. Like, I'm worried about NetherRealm Studios, man.
Me too.
I'm worried about if you said what you said, you are hoping that they get their shit together. But your gut is telling you that they won't. Well, damn.
Just to piggyback off that, CJ, do you think Blood Count that they're aware that Waz and Brusque Poet have both walked away from creating content for the game, and do they care about those sort of things?
I'm pretty sure they are aware. I'm sure they do care, but again, they, for whatever reason, they keep it pretty reserved. Obviously, they're going to discuss it internally, but externally, you know, they're not going to hop on Twitter or say something in the combat cast. It's
I'm sure they want more people like True Underdog.
I think any publisher would want that.
Oh yeah.
Honestly, man, they should start whether to get the backlash or not. They should start speaking more with their player base, with the player base, man.
That too, because like
It starts with that.
the point I was making earlier is in the game industry, there aren't a lot of fighting game developers that are actually still doing it to this day. I mean, the original Killer Instinct guys are either retired or working at Skybound, and you know, Killer Instinct at IG Iron Galaxy, I believe, is like dead thanks to Microsoft, and they're obviously not going to be working on another fighting game. And then outside of 2KXO, yeah, there's some small independent studios making like a Smash-like game, and Warner Brothers had the Multiverses.
This Multiverses was garbage, bro. They're just trying to make another Smash Brothers copy.
It's in the water too now.
Yes,
God
but
damn,
what I'm saying is like, when they're bringing in all this fresh blood, or hopefully they can bring in fresh blood, it's like that fresh blood though aren't being hardcore people or passionate people like you. They're just like developers that either need a job or maybe they are interested.
And you're talking to somebody that's played Mortal Kombat 1 on Sega Genesis all the way up to MK1, ironically.
Yeah, I mean,
is there anybody there that you know of that works at NRS that does care about or does see the value in having people that have played the game for a long time, understand the lore and the mechanics, and know how to play fighting games? Do you know if there's anyone still working there that would like to involve themselves more with the community, or is everyone like too handcuffed to do anything about anything?
Oh yeah, there's still people there that have passion and believe in the product, but the thing is that, you know, it's not their department. It's not really their say. Warner Brothers also has their own people to quote unquote handle those things. And, you know, the best thing that they can do is, you know, get together as a team, see all this feedback and constructive criticism. Because like I said in a comment on YouTube, it's like, if you've got valid concerns and you're playing the game and you got valid criticisms, then it's not hate. It's just constructive criticism. And it is valid, and you are a paying customer, and you have that right to have your criticisms and what you want for the future. And I think they just need to get together and realize, like, this didn't work. They're talking about MK9 again. They're talking about MK9. So maybe there's something there that we could do for the next game. Or they're talking about MKX Resurgence. Maybe there's something in MKX that we could bring over to the next game that's like on top of MK9 style or something like that. Because
man. Oh, go ahead, man.
Well, I was going to say, this whole like starting over from fresh with, you know, MK11 had the crushing blows. Well, now there's no crushing blows in MK1. MK11 had the fatal blows, not the X-rays. And MK1 still has the fatal blows. But now it also has cameos. So is the next game going to have cameos? Is the next game going to have fatal blows?
They better not. If they know what's good for NRS better not play any more cameos in the next game if they know what's best for them. If they know what's good for them, they better not. They're going to open up a world
to just make it its own mode, separate from the main 1v1 mode, and kind of like how tag was in MK9. But when you force that like mechanic into the meta, you know, it does change things on how characters play and how you perceive characters, and you know, you also don't feel like you're getting a more complete character because now there's like these 16 side characters that you could, you know, play around with.
Can I ask just before I'm gonna move on to Jamar just to ask to speak in a minute, but I wanted to ask just before we do, and CJ, you can chime in on this if you want. The same way the community has been fractured by their decisions and constantly changing the game. Is it like that in the office where like you've got people that were really passionate about 9X, 11, and 1, and do you guys like argue over the decisions being made, or do you like clash at all?
No, it's kind of more like what's going on in the Illuminati's meetings and what comes out of those that then gets trickled down to us. And
So it's those guys that we gotta have conversations with.
now, as a designer, though, I was saying stuff like, well, what again, like, why do we need up block? Or like an MK11, like, okay, if we're going to do these crushing blows, why do some characters have a forward throw and a back throw crushing blow, and other characters only have it on their back throw, or another character only has it on their forward throw? Like, obviously, everybody's going to have it on their uppercut, they're down 2, but it's like, if somebody's going to have it on their forward throw and back throw, then every other character there should be like some universal meaning to it, and not just be like, oh, it's just because of this or just because of that. It's like, no, if you're going to put it on somebody's back throw and forward throw, everybody should have it on their forward throw and back throw, just like how everybody has it on their uppercut. And
yeah, man, I just want to say NetherRealm needs to get it together, man.
Yep.
And then that's why I say what I said. If anybody feels like, because this is what I think should happen, I really do. The next game that they put out, I don't even want to see any pre-orders, man. They need to hurt. They need to really hurt bad.
But with your wallet.
Hurt bad. This is why I said what I said.
If they drop a trailer and then people go and try it out and it turns out to be a good game, I'm not against supporting it. I would be against it if they drop a trailer and there's another cameo mode. Then I wouldn't, even if
Mike.
I'm not interested if there was another cameo mode.
Mike,
but they've made good games before.
Mike, people were excited before the trailer, MK1, the very first time that they saw the trailer and some of the gameplay. It wasn't until that they started noticing things in the gameplay.
Yeah.
It wasn't until that they started noticing things in the gameplay.
Yeah.
You don't think that's going to happen again?
No, it's not that I'm saying it won't happen again. I agree with you. I'm being somewhat optimistic here because
I'm not. I can't be optimistic, man, because I see the pattern. I see the pattern with NRS. I'm sorry. I understand you're optimist. I understand you're optimistic. It's always good to hope, but this is NRS. This is NetherRealm Studios we're talking about.
What if they release a Pink Ninja?
They've done some stupid shit in the past. Okay, I've gone against you with Mortal Kombat, and I'm admitting that they've done so. What is that? That speaks volumes in itself.
Yeah, but I try to look at things on a case by case basis. So I hear where you're coming from. I feel where everyone's coming from, and look, this is coming
y'all
from
gonna
me.
be disappointed.
You guys will see me as like the hater of Mortal Kombat, and even I'm saying that
I can't even see you. I'm gonna say it like this, Mike. I'm gonna say it like this. I can't even see you as a hater no more, man.
Well, Mike,
I know, like even with blood count, like he informed me of so much shit today. I gotta sit here and rethink some things now.
Look, Mike, I understand the idea of looking at things case by case basis. If Mortal Kombat 13 came out and they played like Mortal Kombat 9, and Katana looked cool, and she played like Mortal Kombat 9 Katana, I'm not gonna lie, I would actually start to look the other way. I'd be like, oh, that looks interesting. But how many times does a guy have to get hit in the head before he says, like maybe the next time I'm just not gonna be around to get hit in the head? I think like that's kind of like the argument he's making. Like your argument is reasonable that if the game is good, why wouldn't I buy it, right? But the thing is that
let's say it like this.
It takes like time to determine that. But in the time that it takes to determine that, you might have already got. So do I wait for everyone else to buy it? But then how do I know it's my opinion? I now have to rely on someone else's opinion on forming the game, on forming my opinion on the game rather than me purchasing it and then like seeing if I actually like the game or not. Do you kind of like see where he's coming from?
I see where CJ's coming from. I see where you're
Mike, let me tell you this real quick. If they prove me wrong and get their shit together, I will gladly say like, oh, I was wrong. I will gladly admit that I was wrong. You can even tag me.
and then he can just go buy the game afterwards, right?
And I'll
Like,
just buy the fucking game. Yeah, I was
like-
wrong, Mike. I can't wait to beat motherfuckers up with Johnny.
but if
No,
he, but,
I hear what you are saying 100%. I mean, the other way that I'm looking at it is that because I have a YouTube channel now and people sort of come to me for my opinions, I'd probably pick up the game to let people know if it's worth buying or not. Like, I don't think
Save yourself. Save yourself.
I did, if I can get it for free, that would be great. But I did the
I
same.
won't even
Chaos
get it.
Reigns,
Well,
right?
get it for free then.
I managed to
won't
get
pay.
Chaos Reigns, and I managed to save people some money. I don't know how many people I saved money, but I saved some.
no,
So
okay.
I would say like that as well.
I wouldn't have anybody buy that game. I'll see if I can get it for free.
I do think that there's a difference between someone that's a YouTuber purchasing a game and an average user, because a YouTuber has different incentives. I mean, they have additional incentives. Let me say that, sorry, because they have the same incentives as they like the game, right? But then they have additional incentives, like he may say, I want to like do consumer advocacy, like, right? Or it could be like maybe you make money from YouTube by streaming the content. Maybe you like make sick combo videos or whatever, right? So there's other reasons for why someone who makes content on the game, they're getting a return back, or they get to inform people about the game. How would they be able to do that if they don't have the game? But like your average just guy, that's different. So like,
No,
I get why he's saying. Yeah, I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying like I understand why you would say you would get the game regardless, because you're like,
even then, like, my thing is, I don't think he's at any wrong for being positive, for having a positive look at it, because it's been two games so far that have kind of let y'all down, MK1, MK11, and 2 games. It's not a great track record, but I mean, if you want to look at another game like Smash Bros, Brawl, Smash 4, they're not really looked at the best of light by the community anymore.
Well, I think that 2 games is more than enough reason. How many games have they made?
Well, then Ultimate came out. And people loved Ultimate, so they got it right on their third try.
I think Brawl was the only one I had issues with.
I'm just saying, like, there's a chance. Like, there's no reason not to be positive. I get where you're coming from. I get where you're coming from.
Low. The problem is that the chance is low. Like, if you had, like how many games they made? They made 9 Injustice, 10 Injustice 2, 11. So there's 5 games prior to 1, right? And then 1 doesn't look so good. So let's say 9, 10 were games that people really enjoyed. Injustice was a game people really enjoyed. So let's say they got 3 undisputed people like these games, right? Mm-hmm. Then there's 2 that's like not likable, and then there's like a 1 that's questionable maybe. But let's just say, but at best, like, let's say 3 are not so good, 3 are good. That's a 50% chance. Would you be willing to take a 50% chance to get $70 taken out of your wallet?
No, I'm not. I don't want anyone to get the wrong idea. I'm not encouraging anyone here to go out and support Mortal Kombat in the future.
No, not you. Sorry, that was at Chris.
Oh, okay. I think for me going forward now, I will not purchase any collector's editions, but that's kind of across the board anyway, because there's been enough fighting games that have pissed me off. But
all I'm saying is, if you want to see change any type of way, I wouldn't. I speak with them. I speak to them by not giving them any more money.
So
I've been on that, bro. I didn't buy MK1 or 11.
I don't disagree with you, CJ. I personally, to this day, want my $109.99.
I spent it too. I'm like a dumbass. I was a dumbass because it slapped Mortal Kombat on there. I'm buying the damn game. I was there too. I even bought Chaos Reign with my stupid ass. I paid the price.
I got you.
No more.
I
already paid the price.
Here's the flip side to that, right? And this is why that investor call is really important. I put it in the chat. I don't know if you guys read that, but what it looks like, I don't know if any of you have ever been a fan of any Assassin's Creed game. I loved the Ezio trilogy. That was just me. Old games. And then they got worse and worse and worse. And for years, I've been saying it would be great if Ubisoft would just make a game and stop attaching the title Assassin's Creed to it. But they do that because they know it draws an audience that's going to buy it just to give it a chance. They
slapped the logo on it. Of course, so yeah.
MK is going to do the same thing, unfortunately.
That's what I've been saying. Like, fuck. Like, at this point, fuck NRS.
And for the purpose,
I'm just gonna flat out just say that shit. Fuck NRS.
for the
man.
purpose of optimism, right? Because I do try to stay objective in a lot of the things that I look at, right? Cool thing about what NRS has done so far is if there is an NRS game that you enjoyed, barring maybe MK9, the servers are still up for it. I have always been an advocate for just fucking play the game that you actually enjoy. Like,
Yeah, but they need a remaster MK9 though.
They do,
but you know, another round studios than Capcom though.
Right, but
they want to put out the old games.
But you still have MKX, and for some of us who are fucking degenerates, MK11. You have those titles to go to if you really don't like MK1, right? Like if that's your stance, which is my stance. Like I've never played a Street Fighter game before Street Fighter 6. I hated MK1 so much that I literally went and picked up Street Fighter 6, turned it on, didn't play fighting games for the next year, and then decided, you know what, I'm gonna. I've
been on Marvel Rivals, man. I've been on Marvel Rivals.
Right. So there is something out there for everyone. I only ever compare MK to its peers, and I think that this was a huge misstep. Again, something else that Tom Brady has referenced, right? MK11 released in a more polished state than SF5. SF5 got an overhaul and bounced back from almost losing their entire competitive and casual community and became one of the largest competitive and casual communities in the FGC.
Capcom woke the fuck up.
Right? So now they did a drop with SF6 that shows that they know how to release a game properly and retain and added a lot of their customer base and is still one of the largest communities in the FGC. MK did the opposite. They lost a lot of their community in MK11, and then they released a worse game with MK1, and they're like, "Oh, we lost even more of our community."
You see, the crazy part is that I actually like the gameplay of MK1, but I understand why people hate it so fucking much now.
Hey, yo, can I say something real quick before I hop up for the night?
Yeah, go on.
So I think at the end of the day, we all just want the same thing, just a fun game, that's kind of somewhat balanced. I mean, like nobody really wants that MK11 tournament with that girl crying with the Shiva player happening with the next game,
Yeah.
That would suck. But yeah, I think if they can get it right, I mean, hopefully, I mean, it's an uphill battle, but how low can you go at this point? But if they can get it right, I mean, they can get some of their trust back. But that's all I really have to say. Y'all have a good night.
To kind of capitalize on that, right?
Dragoneye, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, bro. You got 6 minutes, bro.
Yeah, I got you. What's going on, Underdog?
I'm doing all right. How you doing today? How's your day going?
Pretty good. Yeah, I was just watching the stream, but I was actually going to ask a couple questions, but you pretty much answered most of them. The only thing I want to try to keep this brief, but do you guys know who D All the Way G is, right? I think Mike knows. So
the name's not ringing any bells, but if you talk about what he's covered, maybe I'll know it.
He does mainly Tekken stuff, like Tekken 8.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but way back in July, when Lydia was coming out, he mentioned an incident, and I wasn't around back then. Like I wasn't keeping around in the FGC on the YouTube side, but he mentioned an incident where your YouTube channel was deleted or something like that, years ago, and
yeah.
And according to him, this is just him saying that you got it back because you had connections to NRS and WB, you got it back the next day, and that's him accusing you.
No, there's a lot of incorrect stuff there. So it took 4 days to get it back. The first few days, it took me 1 day to get noticed on Twitter because for some reason you have to go on Twitter to settle your YouTube problem. It's a broken system, but yeah.
Yeah, I remember that because back in 2020, a bunch of people's YouTube channels were getting deleted, and one of the bigger names was reposting the smaller guys.
Yeah,
and that's how they were getting their stuff back.
Yeah,
but yeah, he was making a video, and he was just accusing you of that, and I just wanted to know what your response to that was.
Yeah, no, I wish I had that kind of pull, but no, what happened was it took me 3 days, and in that time I lost 40,000 subscribers.
Yeah,
and on the third day that I got it back, it got immediately deleted. So first it was hacked, right? It was taken over by a virus that goes into the back door of YouTube, and it locks all your passwords, changes them instantly, and then privates all your videos, or actually unlists them, thank God doesn't delete them. Whoever made this virus was at least merciful in that regard. It just unlists all your videos. It could easily delete them if they wanted to be that evil, but doesn't do that. And it replaces your main feed with a live stream of crypto coin with like a AI voice of Elon Musk selling you like this crypto coin, and the whole banner is changed to Tesla. That's what happened to my channel. It was completely changed, and I was like, what's going on? But I knew what this was. I'd heard about this before, so I knew the steps. Luckily, I tried to get in, but I couldn't because they changed all my passwords. So then I went in to Twitter. They responded within, to be fair, they responded in like a couple hours, so not bad response time. But then after that, took a whole day to even give me the survey you fill out that even gets them to look at your problem. So then on day 2, they're finally talking to me in the DMs and trying to get it resolved. They're having you prove that it's your account pretty much, which to me is ridiculous because it's clearly not the Tesla account. It's got one video live and everything else is unlisted. So that's clearly not them. You could just revoke their ownership and then revert it back to what it was, and I could get in, but they don't think that way. So they had me prove my innocence on the 3rd day, and it finally came back. And then on that day, because my channel, due to them, had got 3 strikes because you're not allowed to stream crypto stuff. So they got 3 strikes on my behalf. So on day 3, the video got deleted. Then on day 4, I got it restored because that's an easier process for them because it's not actually deleted. It's just hidden because YouTube knows how often this could happen by mistake. Thank you, camera. So YouTube knows how often that can happen. So they just hide it. So they already spoke to me. They know it's my channel. So it's much easier to get to them this time and get it unlocked pretty much because it wasn't actually deleted. But if you want to call it undeleted, fine. I'm not going to get lost in the terminology. But that's what happened. That's how it came back. This happens to pretty much any channel, even small channels that this happens to. It's the exact same process. And you always get your channel back. Because
so it happened to one of the bigger dudes.
Yeah.
Were you able to get your subs back or your view or like your analytics back up?
There's no way to get the subscribers back. There's no like retrieve my subscribers. So I just hope they came back eventually due to watching the channel again and found their way back home. I hope that's what happened, but there's no way to know.
Because I know of a bigger dude. He does different content, but same thing happened to him. And when he came back, he mentioned that, and he's got like a couple million subs, I think, something like that. I think he's either got 2 or 3, but he says that whenever he got his back, like he lost like 25% of his subs. Like,
yeah, because what happens is too, it's rough because they manually unsubscribe. It's not the virus that unsubscribes them. It's because they see this unknown channel that they're subscribed to. It's a Tesla streaming channel that has crypto. They're like, I didn't subscribe to this. So they manually unsubscribe. So not only did I lose 40,000 subscribers, I lost 40,000 active viewers, which is way more painful. That's people that would have tuned in like every video and now they're just gone. So that was not fun. Yeah.
And then one last thing. So your content on whenever that rumor was going around that MK1 was canceled, you posted like 4 videos back to back, like MK1 is canceled, it's not canceled, it's canceled confirmed, and then it's not canceled seriously. Was that just you posting the videos just to like monetize and play it safe because you just kind of like wanted to be in like seen like in a good way by developers, or is that just like you just covering content?
I was legit just covering the news as it dropped. So when the news came out that it was canceled, I was like, it's canceled. Made a video on that. When news came out that it might not be canceled, I was like, oh, it might not be. Made a video on that. And then when there was more news that it got canceled, I was like, well, shit. Because I try to make videos that people actually want to watch, that they want to click on. And right now, that was the topics that everyone wanted covered. So I was just covering new information as it came out. Simple as that.
Because see, at first when I seen that, I thought that you were sponsored or something. Because Super, he is sponsored, and like he said it openly before. Like he gets to play. Yeah, he gets to play test all the new characters like a week early, and that's how he gets his footage.
Nice.
And that's what I was wondering.
I did know about that. Yeah, he gets flown out early to stuff. Maybe is that what he meant by sponsored, or does he have like a special sponsorship outside of that?
I don't really know how it works, but I've talked to him like a couple of times, like in his comments. But basically, whenever a new character comes out, he gets I guess he gets flown out to their studio and he gets to play the new character early, like Homelander, and he gets to record that gameplay. He just can't show it until like an hour or two before the update comes out.
Yeah, like him and Uncaged Games and other handful of players get that often. NetherRealm is very weird about that because they do pick and choose manually who they want to let come to that. And sometimes they'll invite people that have no following at all. So you know that it's like just nepotism, like that's someone who knows somebody that got invited. And that as a businessman, that bothers me because you're paying for their plane ticket, their hotel stay, and you're getting nothing out of it. That to me is just that's a breach in like that should not be allowed. I think you should only be able to invite people that can actually help. Otherwise, you're just playing favorites, and that doesn't feel fair to me personally.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not in that group anymore. They don't invite me early to stuff.
So I do have one quick Ed Boon story, really quick. One more.
Yeah, go for it.
The stamina system was put in place by Paulo Garcia and John Edwards, and their idea was in MK9 they used it to address an issue in MK9 where you had some characters that built meter considerably better than others, right? And those characters seemed to always have breaker or things like that, right? Because they were building meter. You never had any bar for specials or breaker. They always did. So you had to use your bar for specials and or breaker, not both, because they built meter better than you. Well, the stamina system was put in place. So, look, if you're going to run in and you get caught, even if you had all the bar and you were a character that made meter easier, you couldn't break because of stamina bar. Or you got caught backdashing. You couldn't break until your stamina refilled, right? So maybe you might lose 25, 30% and then you broke and now your stamina's gone. And the original stamina bar meter, the person that broke was out of meter, but you still had your meter, your stamina bar. So you could still run and do things and they couldn't. So it was kind of a way to like discourage that they were running away from me, caught them backdashing. They're just going to break anyway. No, they can't break. No stamina. They ran in, got caught. They have all their meter in the world, still can't break. No stamina. So Ed was playing one day, and he comes in there and he goes, "What? What is? I'm doing stuff, and I'm trying to break, and I'm hearing, what is that? And they had to explain to him, well, then you have done something which doesn't allow you to break, or even actually." Oh my God. One time something happened and Ed used all his stamina because he broke and he was trying to backdash or run. So Ed was like, why is this tied to this? You should be able to break or do whatever, and stamina should. So he was going to go, he was in Paulo's office and he was going to tell Paulo, he was having a conversation with Paulo, John, and Ed about why, just unlink them, stop. Mm-hmm. And I was in there. I was in there because a few of the testers were outside of there, and some of us were in there, and we're trying to have this discussion. And Paulo is trying to explain to Ed, well, this is how someone is not going to backdash all day or run in all day or whatever, and say, well, I have all the bar in the world, I don't care, or there's a penalty to it. It's not abusable or whatever. There's always a downside to it. It kind of works hand in hand with how you build your meter. Or things like that, or now you broke, your stamina's gone, you can't run. This is to help to stop those situations. Somebody built meter faster or whatever. Somebody's running away, or now they broke and now they get away again. We're trying to explain all this to Ed, and Ed's just like, but I just don't like. I mean, I can't run here. I can't do this here. I can't back this there. I did this. Now I can't break here. And he just didn't like the annoying, and he just feel that he couldn't do something. And to explain that took like an hour before he finally gave up on it. Like, this is like, I want you to truly understand who is the final boss of that studio. I really want you to understand that.
Dragoneye, I want to come back to that in a little, just after Dragoneye asks his question, but yeah, what did you want to ask, bro?
Yeah, is my mic good?
Yeah, it's all good.
Okay, good, because I just moved a couple weeks ago, so I had to get all this stuff reset up, but all right, so I've been hearing a lot of Injustice 3 talk for the past 3 weeks, and personally, I don't know how you guys feel about that, but I kind of don't want there to be another Injustice 3 game, and mainly for one reason, that's Batman's Kevin Conroy. Because he passed away a couple years ago, but that I feel like for a lot of people was the Batman, and he for the longest while, I don't know if you've seen his interviews, but he had a lot of kind of like directive control over what went on with his character. Like he could be like a no man, And for Injustice 2, I remember him mentioning something about how for the story they wanted him to do something, but he was like, my Batman wouldn't do that. And he had him change it. And I feel like now with him gone, they could bring in another new Batman, but it's not going to be like as respected as Kevin Conroy was. And they're just that Batman's just gonna let people walk all over him. You know what I mean?
Well, the thing is that like Batman's a timeless character, so you're gonna have to use him eventually, even
Yeah,
though
I get that.
he's not here anymore. So I don't know if that's a solid enough argument to not do Injustice 3. I might not do it just because I don't trust NRS to make a good game. I'd rather they just do an adventure game at this point. But yeah, you're gonna have to do Batman without him. Unfortunately, as sad as it is to say, he's gone now. So
Yeah, we've seen newer Batmans and like the recent films that they've done, the animated ones. I just feel like from an executive or I don't know executive but producing standpoint, they may not adhere to what the new Batman would want. I guess you could say.
yeah, they won't have to because they won't have the pull that Kevin did. Because
Yeah.
they knew Kevin was respected by the entire community, even outside of Batman fans. So the new guy's gonna have to build it up to the point where it's like he can have a little bit of sway.
He has some cachet to do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want it to be Injustice 3 because, again, by the way, shout out to Stone Cold Stutter over there. I know I got the line, brother. He's talking about Rikishi when he ran over Stone Cold Steve Austin, that gimmick, and when The Rock was pretending to do everyone's voices like Stone Cold, Kurt Angle, when he goes to The Rock. I did it for The Rock when he's doing Rikishi.
Yeah.
I did it for the people. Brother, don't test me on wrestling trivia. I'm old as fuck and I'm a huge wrestling fan. You know,
I remember that. That was just before the 6-man Hell in a Cell.
Yeah. And he's like, well, I'll be like Kurt Angle. I'm going to drink a big glass of milk. Yeah. I got you, Stone Cold Stutter. I got you, brother. It shouldn't be Injustice for a couple of reasons. One, and again, just to show you how backwards it is. What game do people want Legacy in? Mortal Kombat, right? What does NRS say? What did you say? You want Legacy and Injustice and keep switching Mortal Kombat? No, we don't want the same Injustice game over and over again. We change that up and give us Legacy and Mortal Kombat. Got it. We'll make the same Injustice game twice. We'll call it Injustice 2. Idiots! Idiots! Don't forget, guys, please go on Twitter. Make the memes. Ed Boon, the final boss of Mortal Kombat. You don't understand who you're dealing with. You don't understand. Please. I feel like, man, that movie Amistad when he's like, give us free. That's what I want us to do with Ed Boon. We're in chain. Give us free. Get rid of it. Please, Ed Boon, get out. Get out. Get out.
Is he
get
a very
out. Retire. Please. Please free us.
How stubborn is he? Like how stubborn is he with like Paolo and that?
Oh my God, he just doesn't. I don't know. He just doesn't know what he's doing. Please, God, free us, please. We need to be freed from this. Like, you want to talk about I'm washed? I'll tell you who's washed. Edward John Boone. Right? I mean, like, please. Or there are things that Ed's great at. Having the final say of things is not. Put someone in place who can say this is fucking stupid, or the rest of the idiots that there are some people in testing who, and I'm not going to say any names, they used to all the time, oh, that's broke, this is stupid, oh my God, like that. The toxic culture of the community has made its way into NRS, and now they have the input of how the fucking games play, or what's stupid and what's good or bad. This is a fucking disaster. A disaster. Can you imagine if they had Sonic Fox and everything would be a 50-50 hard to blockable mix-up? Every character. It would play like Skullgirls, which, by the way, even they don't want that shit anymore. Even they don't want it. You're like, I mean, like,
so what do you think? Do you think Combat Pack 2 is going to be like the last pack? Because I've been hearing from people that supposedly Joker's going to make a return somehow.
I don't think there's going to be a Combat Pack 2. 3, I mean. I don't think there's going to be a
Joker.
They got.
Yeah, I don't know where that came from, but apparently Joker's going to come back somehow.
Oh, hell no, man.
I've been hearing
just
that,
let it go.
And please, God, I have only one thing that I'm thankful for in Mortal Kombat, that they've never put Superman in these games. Thank God they didn't put him in MK11 or MKX or MK1. Thank
Never say never.
God. Thank God they never. What a disgrace that would be. What a disgrace. I mean, what a disgrace that would be to do that. I mean, it's horrible. I mean, like, man,
I mean, you have Homelander. He's kind of Superman, but not
That's
exactly.
another disgrace. Man, they put home. My God, you have no problem.
They let him rock at Evo with a blocking fan.
Dog, you have no problem making us pay through the nose $10 for a skin early on. Pay $50 for the worst story mode expansion ever in history. But you can't pay Anthony Starr to voice Homelander. What the fuck are you doing?
Oh,
what
also,
are you doing? Why?
Now that we're talking about
Why?
story, a lot of people seem to forget that Shang Tsung, you can't even play as him in the base game. That was the pre-order bonus, or if you waited, you had to buy him separately. And then Quan Chi was DLC for Combat Pack 1. So you can't even play as the villain in the game.
What a joke. What a joke. Look, in general, I don't want Injustice 3. They should not do it. The community is for what? For what?
Yeah, they don't know how to play two games at one time. And also, well, I want to say this. I feel like maybe MKX is an anomaly, but like Injustice has too much of a impact on their overall design to where, Mortal Kombat just feels like that. So them going and dipping into it, doing a whole new engine and doing that, they always take bits and pieces from that engine to the next game. So like honestly, I if they did another Mortal Kombat as their next game, I'll be fine with that.
Yeah, I think I would too, because I don't know about you guys, but Injustice, like it's always felt like a kind of like a testing ground for what they want to bring into Mortal Kombat, like the next one.
Yeah. Did you have any other questions, Dragoneye?
Fleshed out. What was that?
Did you have any other questions?
I just had one more. So this is regarding I think Perfect Legend. You said you used to play the PC version of the game, right?
Yeah, that's the one I initially bought. Like recently, I just bought the PS5 version of it again, actually, because I bought it for a friend of mine. But yeah, I had to because it takes up too much space. And before that, I was having like just stability issues with it in general. I don't have any issues with any game that I play other than Mortal Kombat. So I was just like, all right, I'll just delete it.
Yeah. So for me, okay. So I played pretty much PC nowadays. I used to play console, but now that I have a PC, that's just where I game all my fighting games.
Same.
So for me, all of my fighting games except for Tekken just kind of work straight out of the box. They have an anti-cheat, and I think for the most part, them having an anti-cheat, I think that's a good step on them having that, because I don't know if Mortal Kombat 11 had it, but I know Mortal Kombat 1 and Street Fighter 6, but they both use easy anti-cheat. Tekken 8 doesn't have anything, which is why there's a lot of cheating and hacking going on in that game. But the thing with that is I don't know how to word it right, but do you think they should have like tournaments with like PC and console players together? I guess you could say.
I feel like that's what they should have did, but because they don't have the PC working the way that they want it to work, they've separated to where like Pro Comp is just Xbox and PlayStation. Because like Street Fighter has full cross-play in their tournaments. I think Fatal Fury is as well, and Tekken, they do a lot of online tournaments. Well, they don't have like a Tekken World Tour for online, but yeah, that what I thought Mortal Kombat was doing is that they were going to finally let us play like cross-play Pro Comp. But last year, even with cross-play available with with Xbox and PC, they still only allowed it for PlayStation.
Because a lot of pro players, I've been hearing that they say that no, keep it separate.
That's probably due to the instability of the PC, so that's why they're thinking that. I think if everything was up and functional, there wouldn't be even a conversation.
But you're talking about like online, right? Like if it was like an offline tournament, theoretically it shouldn't be a problem, because
offline they'll just play on like whatever platform, because we got converters and all that stuff.
Yeah. By the way, I love how you brought up the cheating and the ranked modes and stuff. For all you guys that were talking about, I saw your comments, Mike, about the ranked mode or whatever. When Mike Hollow references Mortal Kombat as doing something right, that's how you know how bad it's gotten for Tekken.
Oh yeah, Tekken is in it right now.
Yeah.
The cheating in Tekken is so bad. It's the worst I've ever seen. And I've watched my brothers play Call of Duty, and even they said this is ridiculous.
I saw your video on that, Mike. So I believe at one point you mentioned that when you were reading that guy's explanation of how the server authentication with Steam worked. So it's actually a little bit more complicated than that. So whenever you buy something on Steam, Steam does its verification to make sure you bought it and didn't pirate it, right? But Tekken, for whatever reason, I don't know why, but Bandai, they do like their own verification as soon as you click the play button on the game. And the problem with the PC version was that every time a character would launch, the servers would just not work on PC. So if you bought like Eddie or Lydia, right, you would not get that character, and you could get your refund. But the problem was a lot of the people that got the DLC characters, they got it from the deluxe edition when they pre-ordered, right? So they couldn't get the refund because the 2 weeks had passed, or the 2 hours of playtime. So they had to wait 3 weeks for them to fix the servers.
It's been a hot mess on
Wow,
Tekken.
really?
Man. It's been a hot fucking mess.
I was one of the people that got affected by that because when Eddie came out, I couldn't play the game for 3 weeks until they fixed it because you just couldn't connect to the server. It was like the Mortal Kombat South Africa servers, you know, where they can't play the game properly.
Wow,
that's weird.
It's been dog shit,
I
man.
think your question, what you meant is that we could play Mortal Kombat on PC offline. That's no problem. I was talking about majorly the online functionality.
I think they could still make it work. I don't know, but that's just what I was wondering what your stance on that was.
Yeah, I'm down with PC, MK.
Yeah, because that's how I play the game. You know, ranked and like, the only time I've ever had a problem with Mortal Kombat was in December when all that desyncing stuff was going on when Quan Chi came out. But other than that, like, the game just like ran smoothly on mine, and it's not like I have like a futuristic PC either. Like I have a laptop and it runs smoothly on that.
Yeah, when the Conan update came out and I tried to play with Conan, like I posted the video on my Twitter, so you find it. We're on the background where they fight. Well, Havoc is there in the background, standing on a pillar and shit. That's the video. But like, we're trying to play, and the game literally goes to like 4,000 ms. I'm not even joking, and it freezes. So
4,000.
Yeah, 4,000.
What?
2,000. One of them. Yeah, I can find you the thing right now.
Surprised your PC don't set on fire.
I'm surprised they didn't just kick you out of the game.
Dude, I was so mad because I actually wanted to play, and so that happened, and yeah, it upset me. Let me see if
I don't know how you can play like that because by 400, like it's like 1 frame per second.
Yep, found it here. I'll post it in the thing right now in the chat.
All right. Oh my lord. All right, let me bring this up.
So this is my first time playing Conan, just trying them out, and then like watch how the game just freezes. Just pay attention to the ping at the bottom.
Oh damn.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's happened to me before.
Yeah.
That was gone.
Yeah, it's over with. And I'm like, dude, come on, man. See, look, see the ping.
4,000. Jesus Christ.
Is that pubs or is that like Combat League?
No, this is us playing in a private match. This is somebody I play with, and not just Mortal Kombat. I play him in other games, and we got off of this and played like Garou, Mark of the Wolves, and it was fine.
Because I was gonna say that happened to me a couple of times in Combat League last month when I was getting back into the game, and the game would freeze, and it would just end the match, and then I would lose my point somehow, because it thinks that like we both like quit or something.
Rage quit. Yeah, but that was on PC. Like on PS5. It's just super high input delay. I feel like I'm playing on old delay-based netcode when I play.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, awesome. I'll try to keep this as brief as I can because I think Tom Brady's right behind me in the queue. But I was going to talk about the PC version of the game because I brought this up briefly last time I was here. And ever since then, I've had people come forward to me, tell me, hey, everything that you've been talking about, it's still going on. Mm-hmm. And everything wrong with the PC version of the game, right? Like there's still bugs, crashes, all that. None of that has been addressed whatsoever. And like the question I want to ask.
The PC version, yeah, it's unstable.
Yeah, it is still broken.
I play on PS, so I step back on this one, guys.
No, he's correct. It's unstable. There's a lot of crashes.
Yes.
Even on
every time you load into a stage, it crashes. Every time you load out of a stage, it crashes. You get stutters, and there's still like no anti-cheat at all.
What frustrates me
that's
is
the worst part.
The anti-cheat is a deeper issue, but yeah, I'm surprised. I'm not surprised. It's clearly unstable. There are visual issues depending on the upscaler you use, and I agree. I'm very upset.
Oh yeah,
they've not spoken
you're
about
forced to use an upscaler too. You can't run it natively for some reason. and it makes the game look like really, really bad.
Yes, I am really upset with the fact that they have not spoken about that. I think that's
Yeah. I wasn't expecting them to bring it up at the Tekken Talk, but I was hoping that they would at least kind of like hint it a little bit, you know, like what they did at the Combat Cast, where they're like, PC players, we're gonna fix it, you know, but they didn't even do that. And the one thing I did see Blackheart's video with the exploit on MSI, right? I've been seeing a lot of people say that's like a cheat app, right? But it's not. It's the software that you use to diagnose your PC. So I want to say like 99% of PC gamers that have a PC have that, you know? And there's nothing that they can do in the game to stop it.
No, you can't. They can't stop it.
Yeah, it's an exploit.
Yeah.
And also, what is still going on, that is not an exploit that they patched into the game with the Clive update, because I have confirmation on that. It is still happening, that you can get disconnects on the rematch screen, and it will count it for you as a loss, even though nothing you didn't play.
You know that for sure?
Yeah, I know that for sure.
Yeah,
I confirmed this.
It's happened a lot of times.
It is still happening. It is still happening.
Yeah, I've heard.
Are they aware of it though?
Well,
Probably.
I have made a video about it, and people have tweeted it at them. People tweeted at them, look, this happened to me. I lost my points now. Like, what? Yeah, they're
aware. They're very active on Twitter, but they only respond when you're insulting their character. When it's anything important, they won't respond to it.
See, that's wild, because that there should have been fixed like day 2 of them hearing about it, you know? Or they should have at least investigated it.
Yeah, even if they don't fix it, even so much, I actually think the Tekken community doesn't need as much as you think. Even if they just said, look, we're looking into it, we haven't have a solution yet, that would be enough. They don't even acknowledge problems. They've not even publicly acknowledged the fact. Just acknowledge it. I mean, like, we're looking into it.
Yeah.
That would do a lot.
This is where I have to suck Street Fighter's dick when there was an insane insane exploit. There was an insane exploit in the game, and they literally 1 hour after it was discovered tweeted out, "Guys, we are aware of the drive impact option select. That shit is not intended. We are gonna take care of that." They tweeted that in 1 hour of the exploit being found.
I don't play Street Fighter. Does Street Fighter have community managers? Because Capcom usually does well with communication.
No, they just tweet it out. It's just it's the Capcom account. It's the Capcom account. They just tweet this out and say we are aware of it.
They've got community.
Yeah, normally they're pretty good about it. But one last thing I'd like to bring up would be so you know how normally when you buy something in the store, like whenever you press the play button, it verifies what you bought, right? To make sure you didn't steal it or whatever.
Yes.
But whenever a character comes out on PC, I don't know if you guys noticed, but typically the servers are like really, really bad, and it takes them like weeks for them to fix it. So unless you bought the character right away, you can't get a refund because most people pre-ordered, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know about this, honestly.
That is like a really, really big issue right there. Like when Eddie came out.
But like my man said, Bandai Namco have always been good at communicating. So I'm sure
Shout out to them,
around to
I've got a real quick question
sure
to bounce off of that one. In Tekken, if you haven't bought the character as DLC, can you train in mode against them? Can you team mode against them?
No.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes, you can, because
what do you mean? Yes, you can.
Yes, you can, because you can unlock a drive. You can unlock a ticket where you can unlock the character for 1 hour, and you have complete access to the character. You can practice him, you can play him, you can do everything.
In which game again?
In Street Fighter 6.
No, you asked Tekken.
You asked Tekken. Oh fuck! I'm sorry. No, you can't.
No,
Tekken can't.
When you explained it, I was like, oh, that's just like Street Fighter. Yeah, I was like, yeah.
No, wait, C4, I give you a bit of background on this. So now you can watch the replays, so you can see when you could punish, when there is the thing. I don't know if you can play and try the punish.
I think yes, you can take control of your character.
Okay.
You can take
Before,
replay takeover. Yes.
You can take over. You can play against it, but you cannot control it.
Oh, your game is actually anime because we had that.
Although it's true. No, it's true. We still there. But also before, here's the thing.
Before you could
before we had takeover, right? But if a DLC character was involved in the fight and you didn't own the DLC, you couldn't take over, including your own character. You can take over your own character.
Yeah. The
Wow.
only way you can
It's bad.
full practice still without controlling, but you can full free practice with a DLC that you don't own is having a friend, a person that you know.
He's having a
going
friend. He's having a
into-
friend. first
Having
of
a
all.
friend, which is different.
Do you have
go
online
into
team mode
the
in
fight
Tekken?
lounge and you have online practice over there, and you
Yeah,
can
okay.
play. You can do online practice there,
Yeah,
and
we do.
then you can ask him. He can show you things. And everything. That's
That's
the
a
only
recent,
way.
but that's a recent addition though. Online training mode.
That's
You don't
as
have it
well.
for a
Is
long
a
time.
second
Yeah.
edition.
Let,
But
I
everyone
want to say
Online,
one
online
word.
training mode, guys. I'm not gonna lie, it's very
so
sick.
that's not
Online training
Yeah,
mode is super cool.
I want to say one word. If you are on PC and you don't want to buy the DLC, Google Cream API. That's all I'm going to say on that topic.
Oh, I
I'm
distance
gonna make a
myself.
video about this.
I distance myself from this. I distance myself. Bro,
I
what
play
is it? That is
PS.
illegal, bro. What are you saying, bro? What are
I'm
you saying?
sorry.
I'm saying that
I
is
renew it.
part. You know, Namco.
I don't think we should go down this road.
No.
No,
I don't think we should go down.
I go down this road because
I don't think Bandai likes us already.
Don't drag us down this road.
Bro, you everyone said fuck Namco, and I'm gonna attack them
I didn't
like
say
this.
fuck Namco.
no.
But
I said I'm a fan of.
All right. So I think I've heard what you said about Mortal Kombat 1, Mike, but I don't know if I heard it from Tom. But so, Tom, would you prefer if they made a new game or just kind of like flesh out this game? Because Ed Boon himself said that this game was designed to be like 6 years.
Make a new one, man, please. I would make a new one.
Really?
Not because I don't love the amazing part of the game, I do, but I think it's time to make a new one in many aspects. Just in general, for the general public, the cameo system did not and is still not going over well. And the story, rather than just do a new story and inject it into this game, just start from scratch, man. Do something timeline-wise that says these last two games story-wise doesn't exist, and just redo it.
Yeah, I guess I can see, because the thing is right now, because I got back into the game because I took like a 2-month hiatus from it, but lately I feel like the cameo system, I don't know if it's because they've been patching things or it's because I was just burnt out and now I feel like better in it, but I feel like the cameo system just feels like better, like in terms of balance, than it did when I left.
So you're enjoying it now?
Better. It is better.
Yeah. Oh, I did enjoy it, but I was burnt out on it, and now that I'm back, I feel like I don't know if they patch things, but it feels like way better than when I left. Like
I don't know.
the cameo system
Tom's
feels
saying
like
it's the best fighting game in the world right now, so they must have done something.
I think it is. Okay, so here's my thing on it. I think that Mortal Kombat 1, out of all the NRS games, I think it's the best one since MK9, because MKX, like, it's pretty good, but it just kind of feel over the top where it's like too fast. And MK11 was just way too slow. I did not like MK11 that much. Like, I played it mainly for the single player content, but as for online stuff, I didn't really play it too much. MK1, like, it's like they nailed the movement just right, where it's not too fast, but it's not too slow. The only thing I really have to complain about it would be like the air characters, because this game doesn't really treat air combos that well. There's like so many ways you can anti-air in this game. It's way too easy. But I was talking to a couple casual players, and the thing about one of the things that I just realized why this game is doing so good the way it is because a lot of the casuals, you got to keep in mind, they don't really play online. They just do single player content, you know? And a lot of them like invasions. I personally don't really care too much about it. Like, I tried it for the first 2 seasons, but I was like, okay, I get the idea. But I mainly played ranked and like just regular, like casual online. But most of the people that I've talked to, they say that invasions is good and it's been getting better over the past few seasons. And
did they say how Invasions was getting better?
So based on what, because I have a couple friends in real life that like they play like Street Fighter 6 and Tekken 8, you know. But what they basically told me, because I haven't been playing Invasions, is that they basically added more ways to like beat stuff, I guess you could say. And because when it first came out, a lot of the stuff was kind of like strict on how you did certain objectives, I guess you could say. I don't entirely know, but they say it's more enjoyable now. And the thing about them that keeps them coming back to this game is every season there's like a new gear, you know. Whereas in Tekken 8, like once you beat like the campaign, right, you don't really have much to do aside from online, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
I played... aren't they just recycling the previous Invasion seasons over and over and over again now?
Well, they are now, yeah. But here's the thing, though: they're still adding new content in those seasons.
But is the gameplay actually fun though, or is it just they're going for the content?
Well, they say it's fun because the
So to me, I feel like the fights themselves are too easy, but that's just because I play online. But to them, they say it's enjoyable, and they're getting new gear while they're at it, you know. And even though, so ever since Chaos Reigns came out, they went back to like season 1 where it was Scorpion season, and then so on, you know. But the thing is, so they're still adding new content in those seasons. So I know they recently added you know, Sector and Cyrax MK11 skin, the one that never came out.
Yeah, well, listen, if people are enjoying Invasions, I mean, they keep on updating it and they keep on the new season, so maybe people are enjoying it. That's fair enough. Like, I don't. If people are having a good time, I got no problem with that. I personally can't see how you could have a good time on that after playing it, but I've played. It was Scorpion season that was the first one, right?
That's what I did too. Like, I thought it was. Like, I'm gonna be honest, man. I thought it was okay, but like there was like the battles. I get the content stuff. Like people like to grind content, but I thought the battles themselves were just like too easy, you know, because they end after 1 round. There's no 2-round battles.
Yeah, I mean, look, I will admit I am the wrong person to do a critique of Invasions because most of the time when I play a fighting game, I kind of ignore everything else around it and go straight for the combat. So I know that having offline modes is good for casuals, and I think MKs usually historically have done a good job. Invasions, obviously, you know, everyone knows my opinion on Invasions, but when I did play Invasions, you know, just this like it reminded me of the original Deadly Alliance like training mode, story mode thing they had, where you'd sort of like go up the ladder with Shujinko and do the fights and like get people's abilities. And I found it so boring. I was just like, oh, it felt like they've gone back to that and done a worse job, but maybe they've improved it since I last played.
What about Injustice 2? Because honestly, that was probably my favorite one. I remember I grinded that one out like a lot, like where they had the multiverse thing.
I'll be honest with you, I don't think I ever played it. I played the story mode and then I went online, so I don't even remember it.
It's kind of like Invasions, but without the board game part, where it's just like the battles, you know, and there's like a bunch of like random modifiers, but the battles themselves, in my opinion, were way better there because it wasn't just like brain dead easy, and it gave you the same content. The only thing I did not like about Injustice 2 was the loot
I did
boxes.
Star Labs in Injustice 1, but I don't think I did much outside of just the regular story in 2.
I never played Injustice 1 like on the console, so I don't really know. But Injustice 2, I remember I grinded the multiverse thing like a lot, and that's the one I remember that one was really good. And MK11's Towers of Time was okay, although I didn't think it was as good as Injustice 2. But I do think that MK11 has better single player content than MK1 does right now. But MK1, I know they added that back too when Chaos Reigns came out. I just haven't tried it yet, the Towers of Time.
In my opinion, the gold standard of offline fighting game content is the 3D Mortal Kombat games. Like Chess Combat and their little Tetris game and Motor Combat and all of that stuff, Conquest Mode, they nailed it. Mortal Kombat absolutely nailed it. I don't know why they won't go back to doing those things, because I spent a lot of time on Chess Combat.
I mean, it is gold, like you said. It's gold. They're sitting on gold.
I think it's because they said they stretched themselves thin. I think that's what somebody said, one of the developers.
They could just do one. Like, they don't have to do like 10 mini games. Just pick one. It doesn't have to be. I know Mortal Kombat looked like they put a lot of time into that, but just pick one and update it every now and then. I think people will be happy with that.
Themselves thin. They do that now.
Oh yeah, that is true. But I mean, like, it's because they're always trying to outdo themselves. But if I had to like bring something back, I'd say Mortal Kombat for sure. That'd be like the one thing I would bring back first. But I wouldn't bring back, like Mike said, like 10 mini games. That would be a bit too much, you know.
Yeah, there's no need for that.
Yeah.
I think that NRS will do a really good Shaolin Monks too, to be honest with you. Like, I don't know about the gameplay, but they clearly want to do like a movie style game.
Yeah.
A lot of their resources go into like the cutscenes and the story crafting, even though it hasn't been great. You can see where their effort goes. I think they should cool off on the fighting games for a little bit and do Shaolin Monks too. I think they might actually be able to pull that one off.
Yeah, I think I agree with that, because I honestly don't think Injustice 3 is going to be happening anytime soon with all the stuff that's going around in DC right now. But
yeah, DC's
I think they're either going to make a because honestly, what I think is, from what we've been hearing about that story expansion, I don't know the ins and outs of it, because I've only watched your video and Dynasty's video. But if they are working on another expansion, I'm assuming that's going to be another combat pack, and I don't know what's going to happen after that. But if there's going to be another game, from what I've been hearing, if they're making another game, it's going to be like Mortal Kombat 1, but the sequel to it, And I really don't want them to do that because then we'd be back at square one with how the game launched unbalanced.
Yeah, we don't need an MK1 follow-up.
Yeah.
We don't need an MK1 follow-up. I mean, listen, apparently they've done a good job with turning it around. Tom's a big fan
they have.
now.
Because I was there since day one. So like the first few months were pretty good, but like once the rose tinted glasses were off, like you start to see how the game really is at a technical level, and you're like, man, they still haven't fixed this. But I will say over the past few years, they've like done a good job of just like fixing everything and just balancing everything out.
Yeah.
I personally I do not want them to work on another one just yet. I'd rather than just kind of like flesh this one out, like at least one more combat pack, and then see how it goes.
Yeah. Well, I guess we'll see. We'll find out soon because it's kind of at the end. This is usually around the time where they pull the plug on Mortal Kombat, so we'll see if they keep going.
The thing is with Mortal Kombat 11 though, they didn't pull the plug necessarily because of content. I think that was because of COVID though, wasn't it?
I don't know. It's just around this time.
Yeah.
Like it's always 2 years and a bit, and then we move on. So we'll see.
Because a lot of people are just saying the same thing about how the shop, they pulled that out last minute, and we all know that's not true. Because if you look at what was going on around the time with the other games, I believe Street Fighter 6 got into some hot water with their monetization system. I can't remember what it was, but I remember hearing about that. And then in Mortal Kombat 1, if you guys remember correctly, that's when they released the fatalities that you could buy for $12.
Oh, bro. I fucking when I saw that, I was like, they're done.
Yeah,
you can buy fatality.
Yeah, you had. So let me give you some history for anybody that doesn't know. So when the game came out, like in August, right? Like it was all doing pretty good. But in October is when we all started kind of like pointing out its flaws and stuff. And around that time, they released a Halloween fatality that was like $12. And we all assumed that every fatality that they would add on after that would also be $12 because some of the leakers went into the game code and they found like the Christmas one, Thanksgiving, St. Patrick's Day, and all that sort of stuff. And we all gave Ed Boon so much heat for that. He literally apologized on Twitter. It's like, that's my bad. We're not doing that again. And as a form of goodwill, you can buy all three fatalities, the Thanksgiving one, the Halloween one, and the Christmas one for like $6. And we're not doing any more after that. And I think that's one of the reasons they held off on the monetization in Tekken 8 because they wanted to like wait for some of that to blow over.
Bro, is that a heater next to your window?
No, it's an AC. It's an AC.
Bro, are you even listening to what he's saying? Are you even listening to what he's saying? You're disrespectful piece of shit.
I was just asking if it was a heater.
Listen to his opinions. We are on a podcast, man.
I'm sorry. I was wondering if it was my bad.
Oh, bro, I'm telling you, man. I know Mike has said this before. You know, in the UK, how they say it's not. It doesn't get as hot, but the heat is horrible.
Yeah, humid and that. Yeah,
dude, it is hot right now.
Yeah.
Wait, you in the UK?
Where are you at?
No, I'm in the US.
I was gonna say we ain't got AC out here, man. We just couldn't.
No, dude, over here it is like a heat wave. I think it's like 90 some degrees, but it feels like 100.
Oh, where you at?
North Carolina.
Oh, you heard me.
Like it's been raining a couple days, so it's like cooling down a bit. But dude, it's like hot outside.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I got fried the other day. I was at a festival for 3 days the other day. I got fried. The top of my head, like someone touched my hair, you could have fried an egg on it, man. It was horrible.
Oh god. I bet the Monty would love to do that. You were smoking hot. You were smoking hot, man.
Bro, it was so hot. Right, this is how hot it was. It got so hot that everyone that was there, like everyone took most of their clothes off. Like, most of the girls that were there were not dressed appropriately at all. But I couldn't even get mad at them because it was so hot that it got disgusting. It got so hot, bro, that I took off my trousers and my socks, and then I stood on the ground and my foot burnt.
What?
I had shorts on, G6, fucking idiot.
Bro, let me tell you something.
Mike, you have to swear. I said you had your eyes on the ground, and you didn't look at those ladies, right? You gooner. You had your eyes on the ground, right? You had your eyes.
Have you seen how girls dress at festivals?
No, man, I never go to. We don't have festivals.
We got 14 guys.
Black God does not.
I don't have festivals, man. I don't have time for some festivals, man.
Bro, let me tell you
You
something.
gotta
Bro.
go get Black God from his house.
I went to the theater on Friday to go see Superman, right? And that day it was like
great.
super
Loved
hot,
it.
right? I go into the theater and they have like the AC and like you can like. So I don't know if you guys have this in your theater, but like when they have the AC on, you can kind of tell how high it is on the level, and like you could like kind of audibly hear it during the movie. But it was like cool, you know. And then when that movie's over, I'll go outside, dude. It feels like I just stepped into an outdoor oven.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Damn.
Yeah. Superman was great, but it was hot in that cinema.
Oh yeah.
Like, it was
I mean,
hot.
at least in mine they had the AC on, but yeah, like, dude, like once you're used to like the climate, like inside that little theater, dude. Once you go back into reality, dude, it's like oof.
Yeah. Speaking of Superman, have you not seen it?
Nah.
It's good.
It's good.
Yeah. I wouldn't say it's a 10 out of 10 movie, but it's like it's pretty good. The only problem I have with it is there are some jokes that don't land.
Do you know what I said about the
don't
Superman
spoil,
film?
don't spoil, don't spoil.
I won't spoil the Superman, no spoilers, but this Superman film feels like you're watching Superman the animated series, like, and it randomly drops you into
Right?
season 3, episode 27. There's so much shit going on that you're like, I don't feel like it's badly paced. I really enjoyed it, but there's so much shit going on in this film.
I'm not gonna watch it in the movie, but here's the thing: I really want, because this is one of my favorite villains from the animated series. I really wanted Metallo to show up in the DCEU, and I was hoping that, like, in the end credits, we might have gotten to see him, right? And you know, he could still show up in any of these movies, you know, because, like I said, I'm not gonna name who's in the movie, but like they brought in some like characters that we haven't seen in a long time, you know. And we see some heroes that this is like their first time in the movie, you know?
Yeah, it was good. I highly recommend it to everyone. I don't know if I prefer it to Man of Steel because they're so tonally different.
Yeah.
Probably depend on my mood. Man of Steel was a great film, but I'm optimistic about the direction of the DC cinematic universe now after watching that. I feel
Have you seen what the Snyder fans are doing?
Listen, Snyder and James Gunn fans, if there's any of you in the chat, you guys are weird as hell. I'm just trying to, like, I was talking to somebody about Superman, and they were like, "Oh, so you don't like Zack Snyder?" I was like, "Bro, I don't give a fuck about Zack Snyder. If he can make any film he wants, maybe it'll be good, maybe it won't. I don't care about James Gunn. Just make me a good film." These guys going to war over two grown men that don't even know they exist.
Like,
And
I like
there's a
the
bunch of
Snyder
people
films, but like they're not like they're not perfect, you know. I like
They're
them, but
good.
like I was talking
They're
to some
good.
dude, and he was like, so I was saying like the new Superman movie, right? It's pretty good, you know. It's like an 8 out of 10, and he's like, "Oh, you must hate the Snyderverse then." And I'm like, when did I say that?
Yeah, no, their brains are fried. I mean, there's so many people going to me, "This ain't Superman." I'm like, bro, Superman's been written by 40 people. Do you know how many Superman comics there are that have different takes on his personality and abilities? What do you mean this isn't Superman? I don't even know what you're talking about. And now I was watching Piers Morgan, and he had Nerdrotic on there, and Geeks and Gamers and that, and they were saying that this Superman is woke and stuff, and I was like, oh my lord, can we not escape this bullshit conversation? They were like, oh, it's too focused on immigration. I was like, bro, he's from another planet. Like, what are we doing?
Hot take. I actually think that this Superman, I think I actually like him better than Man of Steel Superman. The only issue I have with Man of Steel Superman is that he doesn't really feel like Superman in terms of like the bright, hopeful Superman, you know, because he's trying to do like the gloomy, like Injustice verse.
Yeah, he's the Injustice Superman. That's what it feels like. The Snyder Superman feels much more grand in terms of power. Like it felt like he could really tear someone's head off. This Superman feels a bit more down to earth. But anyway, not to sidetrack from the Tekken discussion. So I know that you said, did you say you had something you wanted to ask Jay?
Superman for Tekken 8.
So I know Frame Whisper said this like some time ago, and I really want to ask Jay this because I know he's been around, like, and so have you, Mike. But do you think there's going to be a season 3 after season 2 is done?
Honestly, it's a good question. You're so silly, Jen. I think we're gonna get a season 3, but I think season 3 is the make and break. I know everyone's been like season 2, but I think that we're in really, like, as a Tekken fan, I think we're in big trouble just because of Fakaram. I don't think Fakaram is gonna last long.
in my opinion, in terms of hype. Like everyone likes him, he's a good character. Maybe 1 or 2 tweaks here and there, that's it, cool. But I think he ain't gonna be able to last until Armor King time. Then I think Armor King again won't last for long. We kind of have a lot of problems. We have problems with not only the DLC, but we have problems with the game. See, to answer your question, we're gonna get a season 3. I don't think we're gonna get a season 4, which is a problem. I don't think it's gonna last the season. We're having too much problems with the game already.
I think is that I think that like Fakumram and Armor King are both gonna spike the player base like Heihachi did, but it's not gonna retain it. You know.
Exactly. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Fakram won't last for long. In terms of like, everyone's talking about, I feel like even the hype has kind of died down already. Like everyone's kind of got to destruction very quickly. Kind of just like, all right, whatever. And then we're just waiting to see what other balance patch. But the next balance patch is when Armor King comes out. So like, what is there to do unless you want to watch the tournaments or you want to play against friends? There's nothing really to do.
I think the real way with how they can retain players is the balancing. If they really balance the game in a better way with solid patches, not like 1 or 2 small changes for every card, like solid changes for all the characters, maybe we're gonna have even a season 4. Maybe.
This reminds me of something somebody said one time. So I don't know if you guys know how Diablo 4 works, but the way they do the balancing is they release the next season like as a open test, 2 weeks before it actually comes out, and everybody like beta test it, and then they'll like fix like bugs or like change some stuff balance wise before the season comes out. Somebody said that Namco should do the same thing, where like release 100%. Like season 3 a couple weeks early, like as a open beta test. And then do changes based on feedback.
It would help a lot.
That is a very good idea. I didn't think about that. Yeah, releasing like a beta, like here's season 3. You lot try it out. Let us know if there's any bugs. Actually use #T8 report and making it actually work.
Yeah. Like they did with CNT, basically.
I definitely think something like that. But I'll be so real with you. I think where I'm at with this whole Tekken 8 saga thing is I've got so low expectations. So I don't feel like these ideas that you're saying and that most other people are saying are great ideas. But I honestly feel like with most like Japanese fighting game developers, they kind of stuck in their way of how they do stuff. So it's kind of like these ways that we're saying, it makes sense. It's obvious, right? But then they're not doing these ways. They're still kind of on what they want to do.
They are barely patching the game. They are barely patching the game already.
and it's like the way how they're doing it is causing issues with the fan base. Everyone is like, all right, so when are you gonna update the game? When are you gonna change this? When are you gonna change that? Even like I said, like they've added in new things to Tekken 8 that people probably don't even realize. Like some of the characters now, if moves track heavily to one side, it has now a wind effect. So, like for example, Akaram, Asuka's up forward 1, 2, like the one that tracks to one side, and I think Heihachi's got one as well. I can't remember which one it is. I think it's the back 4.
Back 4.
Yeah. So they've added new stuff like that, but they haven't added in like just quality of life things. Like I said, lobbies. Like why in lobbies are we not avid where it just shows consecutive wins? Like say for example, if there's 4 people in lobbies. Like it should show how many people's won matches in that lobby, because that's something that I used to do a lot. I used to do like random lobbies with friends and stuff like that, and we used to see whoever gets the most wins in the lobby wins the whole like lobby altogether. But we can't even do that anymore because they've took that feature out, and it's like it just doesn't make sense. Even tournament mode for playing against like your subs or your followers or whatever, your community, that stuff is all gone, and it's like. Where is all of that stuff? This is why there's nothing to do. Like people will play like online tournaments, but it's just whatever at this point. And ranked, like getting to God of Destruction 2, 3. Sometimes you're playing the same person over and over.
No, but the matchmaking, it's so bad right now, guys.
That's what I mean. That's what I just said.
14, you can't do that. You can't 14. 1 and 2.
I sat there on PC. I queued up for a match on pubs because I don't really play ranked on here that much anymore. But like 2 months ago, I queued up on pubs and it took me like 15 minutes to find a match, and it was like a 3-bar match.
So matchmaking is rough.
15 minutes. Not even take that long on Bleach.
I know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah.
Someone said the reason why is because the PC have different servers than consoles.
Wait, what game? PUBG. What game did you say?
Who?
Dragon. What game did you say you queued up for?
Tekken 8. A couple 2 months ago.
15 minutes.
Yeah, it took me 15 minutes. And so what I
What?
heard somebody say on Reddit is that the reason why is because the PC version of the game uses different servers than the console version, and they're like not like as high quality as the console servers, which is
That would
why.
make a loss.
Yeah, like I don't understand that, but according to people, they think that that's why when you go up against PC players, your connection is always going to be worse. Whereas if you go console to console,
Because I played on PS5 and I was getting matches instantly, but then when I played on
Which
PC,
rank?
I was Tekken God.
You got matches instantly. Wow.
Tekken God, yeah. I was playing.
Wow.
I've got
Lucky you. Which time of day? Which time of day? Because maybe it's a time of day. Because when I play in the morning, there's fucking no one, only Russians, and so on.
it's because you're communist.
This guy's crazy, bro.
I'm not crazy. It's the truth. I wait 10,000 hours to find. Okay, I'm in my streams waiting for someone. Guys, let's wait season 2. I finally find someone, and it's written English 5 bars, perfect match. I accept, and it's fucking Sukubliat from Russia, 3 bars, 4 frame rollback. Oh my god! And I say, oh my god, man. Oh my god. Oh my god, man. Oh my god.
Bro,
you find matches instantly, really.
One time in Mortal Kombat 1, I think I beat some dude, and it had like an English name too, and I just like got cussed out like in a different language. I don't even know what he was speaking.
Damn. Yeah, now people be raging on Tekken 8 though. I ain't gonna lie.
I get matches on Rebirth of Souls all the time, and that's got like 100 people playing it.
Damn, 100 people. That's crazy.
Yeah, but basically, what I want to do is I want to get a top rank, and then Demon Slayer comes out, I'll move on. We ain't got it's dying, man. Do you want to know how many people are playing right now?
Bleach. I wanted to get a game a fair chance because I'm a big Kenpachi fan.
You talking about Virtual Fighter?
No.
Hey Mike, though the way I hear it though, I hear that Bleach gets more players than City of the Wolves does.
Yeah, it does.
Amazing.
Yeah, on average. Yeah, it does.
Somebody in the
right
chat
now,
room said, I can't wait for Dead or Alive.
King J, I watched a reaction on that Ken. You better stop doing stuff like that. You hear me?
Why?
Why you looking? No more comments. I know you, man. Crazy.
What do you mean, bro? I like Fatal Fury.
No, me too.
And I like Ken.
I play Ken.
I play Ken too.
You said that shit was sick.
It was sick.
I like it too, but like I think SNK just doesn't know how to advertise.
No, I do, but you know,
guys want to
I ain't gonna talk bad.
The Fatal Fury is currently.
You acting for it, bro. I really enjoyed it.
I'm talking from seeing the graphics from Street Fighter 6 to what they showed up.
Yeah, but that's their self. They got their self.
I know.
You can't compare.
It was like super. It was the exact same super.
Yeah, you guys want to know? Like, do you want to know what the difference is?
I know.
The difference between Fatal Fury and Bleach is about 14 players. There's 160 on Bleach on Steam, and there's 174 on Fatal Fury.
Amazing.
God damn.
You said it looks sick, right? Well, let me look at this.
It's really the year of fighting game. The year of fighting game.
No, wait. Hold on.
King Day's reaction.
Hold on. Let me just get something straight here.
Go ahead.
The way how they got the cell shaded graphics, and how they implemented Ken, I thought was really, really good.
Yeah,
because like sometimes you can have a character and you implement it into a game and it looks bad. Like for example, when they implemented like the Street Fighter characters in Fortnite, that was horrendous.
That was horrible.
Horrible. Bro. Have you seen how Chun-Li and the Gao looks, bro? Have you seen Gao's beard?
Oh, bro, you seen Gao? Yeah, that was.
Oh my gosh, bro. What's he laughing at? Fatal Fury. Oh, bro.
I think Fatal Fury is a pretty looking game, man. I don't know why people keep cussing its looks.
I think it looks pretty good. Like it's
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
I don't want to say it's like a over the top art style. Like I think it looks pretty good for cell shaded.
Why
That's
did
what I'm saying. Like cell shaded looks sick.
Why did it die so quickly though? Why did it die so quickly?
Because they didn't advertise it good. Like the problem with SNK is that I don't know if you guys noticed, but they advertised their games like throwaway games, like Mega Man Collection or Street Fighter Collection. They advertised it like that.
Yeah, they need to like. I feel like the way how they're pushing the game is.
No, King J, remember what I said? I said the game that have no combat mechanic. I said instantly dead on Rocket.
Bro, I feel like that's the way it is because I'm seeing people complain.
No modern day gaming in it. It's straight.
Street
if I'm whooping your ass, I'm whooping your ass.
Street Fighter 6 is not that.
There's no hope of a super.
But that's not a combat mechanic.
Rage. It's not going to help you.
Right, it's a rushdown mechanic.
It is, but like he's saying that there's no combat mechanic. There's none.
Yeah, zero.
Yeah, Street Fighter 6 ain't got one though.
I don't know.
They don't got one, but they got the strongest critical art. They got the what you call that shit, King J, when you hit L1, you punch into the wall.
Oh yeah.
Drive rush.
Drive.
They got a drive rush. What no, what's it called?
Drive
I think it's drive rush or drive
drive
impact.
Those are somewhat combat mechanics. Fatal Fury don't got nothing to help you.
I don't think that's what went wrong for Fatal Fury. I think that they marketed it completely wrong.
It's just
marketing.
They got Ronaldo in the game, right?
Basically, the whole marketing was about Ronaldo.
Yeah, I think Ronaldo hurt it.
You don't like Cristiano Ronaldo in the game?
Ronaldo
they spent all of
game.
their money on Ronaldo, basically.
Wait, let me explain. Ronaldo and the DJ hurt this game because nobody gave a fuck about Ronaldo in the fighting game community, and that's who you should have been marketing this to because Fatal Fury was already a niche. KOF is already it's not as big as Street Fighter in our scene, and Fatal Fury is even smaller. Fatal Fury is from like back when me and Jay were playing fighting like Mark of the Wolves and stuff. Yeah, like it's old as shit. So a lot of people are like, what the fuck is Fatal Fury? So then they put Cristiano Ronaldo in the game, who in the FGC, all of us were like, this is a joke.
Completely out of place.
Yeah, he's also got allegations levied against him, and we know that like those sort of things can hurt the image of something. Then you've got the DJ. Again, I've never heard of that DJ before. He seems like a nice guy, but I'm not buying a fighting game for some DJ. And then on top of that, you market the game at boxing events, you market it at WrestleMania, you put it on the side of buses, but these people don't know what it is. They're like, is that Street Fighter? And then they're like, wait, that's not Street Fighter. I don't know what that is. So they should have focused on the core fighting game community because you already didn't have the eyes of the casuals. People don't know what this game is. My brother plays fighting games casually. He doesn't know what the hell Fatal Fury is. And that says a lot. He knows what Street Fighter, King of Fighters, Tekken, all that is. He had no idea. And I imagine that sentiment extends to a lot of people. I saw Fatal Fury on the side of a bus when I was in Oxford Circus.
Same.
All the people I was with, bro, they're all gamers. They were like, what's that, Mike? I said, oh, no. They don't even know. They don't know what Fatal Fury is. They have no idea. So I asked them, do you know what Mark of the Wolves is?
Yeah, it's very
They're
niche.
like,
It's very niche, yeah.
They focused on the complete wrong crowd. You've got Hideki Chris Eubank Jr. versus Conor Benn. And I remember, because I went to the weigh-in. I wasn't at the fight. Jay, you were at the fight. But I went to the weigh-in. I was with my boy. And I remember, it wasn't Eddie Hearn, but it was someone standing next to Eddie Hearn, one of the other promoters. And he goes, so what's this then? Is it Street Fighter? And I was like, oh man, this game's cooked, bro. They don't know what it is. No one knows what the fuck this is. It was in the wrong place. They should not have advertised it like that. They should have focused on us getting the Tekken people, the Street Fighter people, the KOF people, the NK people,
the fighting game people.
To buy. Yeah, focus on the fighting game people. They will do the word of mouth marketing for you, and they'll push it out to their friends. Yo, have you played this game? It's not Street Fighter. It's different. They will play it, but they're trying to get Samantha and Harry from down the road who don't even know what Fatal Fury is. They fucked it up completely.
It's like with Super Smash Bros. When you guys remember when they put Terry in and everybody all of a sudden was like, you guys don't know who Terry is? And they like, you don't know who he was either before they added him in. So
there was Ken with the hat. No, they said Ken with a hat.
Yeah. But you could get away with it in Smash Bros. Because you already sold millions in that game. So it was like, like people like us will be like, oh, we might tune in and play Terry or Kazuya because that's from our world. But this was a hard sell, and it's a shame because I actually think Fatal Fury is a good game. I'm not really interested in playing it because I don't really play 2D fighters very often.
I don't think it's over yet, though. I don't think it's over.
It's cooked, bro. Come on.
I don't think
Mike,
it's gonna recover.
Tell King J
It's
how
just
many
too
people
low.
playing right now.
Bro, there's 160 people playing.
Yeah.
Right now.
Like I don't. They'd have to make one hell of a. Dude, I don't know what they could do to bring that up, but when you're at like 160 some players, bro, like that's gonna be like a hard sell.
Let me tell you why it's
the game was
cooked.
coming
Yeah,
out.
I don't think it's over.
The marketing I saw for it was the game's coming out in 4 months, and then I don't see anything, and then the next time I see it, it's Fatal Fury is out now, and I'm like, what?
No, bro, let me tell you why it's cooked. This game exists in the poverty realm, right? Fighting games in terms of monetary value in tournaments are at the bottom of the pool, right? Everyone knows that we're at the bottom of the pool. We get the least amount of payouts. All CS:GO, these bird's eye looking RTS games, they all get massive payouts. Fighting games are at the bottom. So then you get Saudi money in the fighting game community, and people still don't want to play the game. What does that tell you?
No, so I want to talk about a Saudi thing. So I feel like because people know that I don't know the whole ins and outs about the whole Saudi stuff in it, but I do realize that some people in the FGC don't like when Saudi get involved in fighting games. That's just a known fact. Obviously, Saudi's behind Fatal Fury. Fatal Fury is an old game. For them to market it, they have to put a hell of a lot. The game ain't come out for like 25 years. It's a long time. Like, bro, that's a whole generation, bro. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? That's a whole generation, bro. So you have to, you know what I'm saying? You have to market it in a way and be at everyone's neck. Like, yo, this is Fatal Fury. Because King of Fighters is known to be a headline SNK game. Everyone knows that. If you know, then it's cool. But if you don't, no one knows Fatal Fury. Does anyone know what Art of Fighting is? Because they're going to release an Art of Fighting game. I know what Art of Fighting is, but
wait, are they releasing Art of Fighting?
Apparently, they're going to release another Art of Fighting.
They're mad. I know Art of Fighting. We were playing it at Kaz's house.
Never
That's
heard
what
of
I'm
it.
saying.
Never.
That's
Never.
from
It's
our, that's even before my
Robert
time.
Geese there.
Damn, bro. Art of Fighting, they're trying to release that game. I would urge them not to because Fatal Fury is not doing it. If Fatal Fury ain't doing well, then Art of Fighting definitely won't.
It's definitely not gonna do good. No, it's no way in chance in hell. Rio and Robert.
Rio and Robert.
What is the argument with Saudis
how did
about? Like, I've always heard that like so whenever a game is gonna come out like City of the Wolves, right? And I hear people discussing about it, like, oh, it's backed by the Saudis, so I'm not buying it. Like what's that about? I've been hearing that for a while now.
Oh, so it's a bit controversial, but obviously in those countries they don't it's hard to explain. They don't like a certain, you know what I'm saying, and it's kind of hard. I don't want to get too much into it.
I can talk about it. I don't mind talking about it. The Saudi people don't. There's some people in the fighting game community, obviously, like I think politics is sort of like taken over a lot of discussions in the fighting game community, and the Saudi government are controversial to a lot of people because historically, I don't know. I know they're trying to like walk back things now and change things and make Saudi Arabia more like open, but historically they've not been kind to gay people or trans people or lesbians or bisexual, and I think for some people that's a hard pass. Obviously for others they're like, well, I got bills to pay, it's none of my business. Another argument that I hear is that they partake in a lot of corruption and people go missing or stuff like that, and I'm like, okay, cool, but that just sounds like governments to me. Like if you cross governments and you do certain things, then you know things happen. Our government over here in the UK, I can't talk about it too much because you know we can't really talk about our governments like that. But governments around the world have always partaken in some level of fuckery, and the Saudi thing, that the heavy the heavy focus is obviously on the LGBT community, and they don't like it. And listen, everyone has the right to vote with their wallets as they see fit. The other thing, obviously, is that Cristiano Ronaldo had the allegations levied against him, and people don't want to support a game that has a potential, allegedly, someone that did something untowards towards a woman. So Fatal Fury had so many things stacked against it. It had the Saudi involvement stacked against it. It had Cristiano Ronaldo's involvement stacked against it. And then it had the fact that it's an obscure fighting game from way back in the day, who even to this day, some people don't know about Mark of the Wolves. So there's so many things that go into it. And I'm only really touching on the Saudi government thing because I don't want to get into the weeds of it. There's a lot of things that you could bring up.
Graphics. Don't forget the graphics.
Yeah, there's a
I ain't gonna hold you, Mike. I showed him some of that shit, and I got completely upset.
Bro,
I like the graphics.
I
think
he had to live in those days. Jesus, you can't look at those graphics now. Those old fighting game graphics, SNK.
Yeah, but the problem with Fatal Fury as well is it's going to get compared to Street Fighter 6. It looks like a cheaper version of 6. That's just how people see it.
Yes.
And Street Fighter 6 is already it's completely dominating that area of fighting games. So for anything coming in now, you're going to have a hard time capturing the player base. They're going to look at it and be like, why would I play this if I could just play Street Fighter 6? Even with the Saudis putting up all that money. SNK, unfortunately, I foresee a future where SNK's characters get sold off to the highest bidder. Yeah, like I can imagine them auctioning separate characters. Like Terry will end up as a Street Fighter mainstay. I could see a reality where Koei Tecmo is like, hey, we'll bid for Mai so we can get those swimsuit costumes in Dead or Alive.
Yes,
like I could see a reality where Geese ends up. Yeah, like I could see their characters getting auctioned out and SNK dissolves because they're just getting no hits. Samurai Showdown, as far as I'm aware, did not hit. Fatal Fury has not hit. KOF always does like moderately well, but I don't know if it's ever like considered a massive success.
No, I've always heard it's like it's like either like it sells okay or it's a flop. That's what I've always heard with SNK.
Yeah, they never bang. I can foresee a situation where in the not so distant future,
I'm back in SNK, bro.
No, I don't want them to disappear. SNK is part of fighting game legacy. There's a rich legacy there. There's a lot of games from them I appreciate, but just from a business standpoint, the marketing that I saw for this game was so over the top in so many places. I mean, look at the DJ appeared at WrestleMania. No one knew what the fuck was going on. Everyone was like, "What the hell is going on? Who is this guy?" And then Michael Cole kept saying something, Fatal Fury, City of the Wolves, and I remember seeing people's reaction going, "What is that? What is that shit painted on the canvas? What is Fatal Fury?" No one knows what it is. And people don't know what Samurai Showdown is as well. There's a lot of people that have no clue what that game is. That's not me saying it's a bad game. I think Samurai Showdown, personally, that's my favorite IP from SNK. I really like it, but no one knows what it is.
I thought the DJ was an original character for City of the Wolves, and somebody had to tell me that he was a real dude. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, dude, it's not a good look. Do you know
is
what?
It a clip of it now?
What'd you say?
It's called Samurai Showdown.
Samurai Showdown. Yeah.
Let me look it up.
Hey, no.
You're looking at the nice right now, bro.
No, that one don't look at. It's fine. No,
it's a good game.
Oh my god!
Top 6 of Evo. Let me see this real quick.
No, G.
Okay.
Listen, you have to play it.
Don't look at it.
You have to play it, G. You can't.
2024 is this modern, isn't it? 2024.
No. But G6, that's a game that you have to play.
Yeah.
Thank you. You gotta play it, G. You gotta play
It's a good game, man. But that's what I think is gonna happen to SNK anyway.
You have to play it.
You know what I think with that going back to tech and when they released that stream, because we were all most of us I think were watching it at the same time, and it's just like what are we watching, but I honestly do not think that the what's it called, the board game and the watches, all that stuff, I don't think that they were like gonna originally talk about that. I think what ended up happening is that maybe like at the beginning they all got like a call from one like the executives at Namco, and they told them, hey, listen, we got some stuff we need you to sell. You better do a good job of selling this stuff, because if this doesn't sell too well,
See, after season 2, we might end up pulling the plug, because they look upset at the beginning,
I know it sounds crazy to say. I do think we'll get a season 3. I think season 3 is probably already in the budget. I can imagine.
Yeah.
But season 4, I don't know about season 4, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
If
I don't
things
think season 4 is happening. Season 3 could happen, but like what I've been telling people is this: I honestly do not think that we're gonna get back to season 1 like the way it was before season 2 came out, like really soon, because everybody's been talking about they're gonna release the patch that's gonna fix everything. But I keep telling people the way the game's gonna end up is probably gonna be like a couple months down the road where the game is in a way much better state. Because all I keep hearing is, it's in a better direction. It's going in a better direction. But the thing is, like, how can you be taking so many steps in the right direction without actually like getting anywhere after 2 years?
Because their competition is Samurai Showdown, Dead or Alive, and Virtual Fighter.
This guy's a hater, man. They're not even in direct competition.
No, stop. Hold on. We're talking about Tekken 8 in 2025, and then we like, I'm about to go play something else. So you about to go play Samurai Showdown, Virtual Fighter, Dead or Alive,
like that board game you had
Fatal Fury.
That board game you had to crowdfund, didn't you?
These look like Flash games that are free online.
You sound like a Call of Duty.
I don't want to laugh. I don't want to laugh. I don't want to
No,
laugh.
because King James, it's true. As much as we don't want to believe what he's saying,
top 6.
He's right. He's right.
So I can't wait to play some Samurai Showdown today.
Don't listen to it, chat. He's hating. He's hating for no reason.
They're trying not to laugh. I'm looking at top 6 Evo right now, and I'm watching.
I'm telling you, this is like, wait, G6, this is one of those games you have to play. You can't just look at Samurai Showdown.
Watch it.
Hold on, let me look at King J reaction.
Yes,
I gotta do it.
I liked it.
Because I can't watch this.
Your mic is gone.
There's nobody in the crowd.
It's 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Oh, okay, you're back.
There you go, King. All right. This is what I believe. I believe everyone is so invested in Tekken 8 and they believe in the product, so they're being overcritical about some things. Because I thought the bad feedback stopped actually. Because when I'm online, when I scroll, I don't see nearly as much as bad feedback for Tekken 8 like I used to, especially when season 2 came out. Now where we at season 2.3, and I don't see no bad feedback. Even if I get on these, I scroll, I don't see it. He's only reposting positive stuff like combos and stuff.
Who?
Nee. I saw his Twitter. I went on there. I just double checked it.
Yeah, he's changed.
It's not bad. It's underwhelming. That's all. He's
arguing with Austin Ash, and I actually liked it. I like when two top people are going back and forth.
Yeah, I thought that was good.
Yeah, it's good. But like I said, like usually I see a lot of people posting negative stuff, but everyone just posting combos. I actually thought the bad feedback stopped, to be honest with you.
The main thing I'm seeing is like people like collectively are just like they're not like super upset like they were when season 2 came out. They're just like the update came out and it's in a better spot, but they're really disappointed.
Yeah, there's a lot of disappointment. I think that's the main thing. I think Tekken 8, it's such a weird Tekken game that I don't think it's going to get to a point where the community is completely happy. I do think people are going to get happier with the game. Like I'm not going to lie, I am happier with the game. But
the patches are good. The patches are good, but they didn't keep the game.
They're not enough. That's the problem. Like I think that the problem is too big for there to be a patch, and the other problem is that their design philosophy is in direct conflict with what people are asking for, and you can tell when they go to patch the game, they don't really want to do certain things. They don't look happy about doing it either. But
it's like they don't believe fully in what they're doing, like nerfing characters. In fact, in the last patch, they said. Okay, then we wanted to buff more characters, but we only buffed devils. That's so crazy when I read that. I was like, oh my god, man, really? They wanted to buff more characters, but they stopped only at devils. It's so crazy. They are so out of touch with what people want. It's unbelievable. They thank God they only buffed devils. By the way, the 14 frame one standing launcher to Divulging. Why? I still have to understand this, but okay. That's so crazy, But for
Yo, what's going on, guys?
How you doing, bro?
Not much, man. I got the big heater turned off just for King J, in case he was asking. Oh, man.
That's good, man.
No, man. It's it's good, but so I honestly don't understand what they hate with the Moonslot. I don't know how to pronounce your name perfect. Sometimes I see it as L, like Moonslot Slayer, but the thing with you is that I know a lot of people like to call you like a drama channel, right? But I personally don't see you that way. Like you're like kind of like true underdog, you know?
Yeah.
But the thing with that is that I have never seen a community that gets so like bent out of shape over leaks, because going like from the Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter community, right? Whenever skins leak out, typically most people are like kind of like either excited or they don't get mad about it. But in Tekken, for some reason, I don't know what it is, but y'all like get bent out of shape over it. Like, why is that?
Do you know what I think it is? I've got an answer for Moonsault. I just think because Moonsault is different. He's not like, he's not what Tekken has seen before. Tekken, in terms of content creators, they're either commentators, they're either professional players that compete, and then they showed what their tournament runs, and then that's about it. There is nothing new, and when there is something new, everyone gets upset. We've seen this happen with a lot of new Tekken content creators. Like if it's not the same stuff, like if it's not reactions, if it's not the guides, if it's not all of those things, then people just get upset. So it's just very, very weird at this point. I think obviously Moonsault, he's not a Tekken that you're like, no disrespect Moonsault, but you're not like a professional player of that level. But your content is like you talk about the game from your perspective, and I feel like there's a lot of elitist stuff that happens in this kind of community where if they see that he can't play it, he can't get God of Destruction 1, 2, 3, 4, but he's talking about the game, he's talking about loads of different things about it, people just don't like that. I'm not saying it's everyone. I like his content because his content is informative. He talks about like stuff, if there's a leak or if there's something that, like, for example, I was watching you're talking about the Harada thing where he's speaking about Lucky Chloe, he made a tweet about it. And all of those things, they're interesting, man. Like, it's good to know. Like, if I don't see the Moonsault Slayer post or anything like that, I'm not going to know too much about what's going on in Tekken because no one else really covers that type of stuff. Do you know what I mean? No one.
I mean, DL the way G does, like when he covers the leaks, like people go after him too. Like the other day, I was watching one of Slayer's videos. I don't know if it was like a leak video, but someone in his comments was like, "You're ruining the game for everyone." Like they went after him hard for that.
But I don't think it's their fault. Like I know people are gonna be like, "Oh, but that's the other industries." But in all walks of different industries, music gets leaked, and people will listen to it, react to it, and no one says anything about that. Movies, when there's information about characters, like they've shown like majority of the Street Fighter cast, where like you got Cody Rhodes and Roman Reigns as wrestlers, that got leaked, and no one said anything. But then all of a sudden, anything to do with Tekken, everyone gets upset, and it's like, why? And then they will say certain like things like, "Oh, yeah, he just wants the money, da 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 da." Because obviously, if you cover leaks, then it's going to be a lot of people that want to know what's happening with the leak or what's going on. So you get a lot of revenue from it. But at the same time, it's like,
God forbid someone makes money on YouTube.
You know what is interesting? There's one content creator who called me out for making leaks. Like back when the leaks were happening, bro was like, the people who talk about leaks are terrible. But fast forward a year later, and now that person is, whenever there is a leak, that person interacts with the leak. When Marduk and Fakramam, before they released, that person was talking about them. And I mean,
who's the creator?
High Buff Gigas. High Buff Gigas called me out for talking about leaks.
Oh,
but before Marduk was revealed, and he's still not revealed, but Fakramam, he talks about it now. So this is what I mean when I say hypocrisy. He talked trash about me for talking about leaks, and a year later, now he's doing it.
Yeah, but that's
the
what
same
gets mad.
people, yeah, that get upset about Moonsault talking about whatever will go onto Main Man's channel, see that he doesn't like Horang, right? Because he uploaded that video about Horang and everyone got upset by it. He does a follow-up and these guys are bent out of shape. Like some of them are losing it. And I'm like, you understand that's a character, yeah? And you're losing it at this guy for having a take on a character, which everybody else can see. We can all see what Horang's doing, right? But it's not that deep. He's just a character. And they're losing their minds over that, sending hate over a character. But they get upset at Moonsault because, like, if Moonsault, for example, sees that situation, he'll talk about it on YouTube, being like, Main Man made a video about Horang players are angry. They won't look at the fact that they were spewing hatred at Main Man for pointing something out everyone can see. They'll get angry at Moonsault Slayer for talking about them spewing hatred. Do you see what I mean? Like, it's backwards.
Yeah, like going back to Mortal Kombat 1 when Chaos Reigns got leaked, like the entire DLC roster, like nobody was really like getting mad about it, but whenever Falcon Realm got leaked, like everybody was just going after all the content creators that were talking about it because it hadn't been revealed yet. And then like didn't like the entire base roster get leaked like back in November before that game came out?
Yep,
And then,
yep.
It was like on Reddit, I think. That's where I seen it, and everybody was saying, like, I think like the leaker was getting like death threats or something like that, and they were like doxing him over that.
So dumb, man. I go outside, fucking idiots. Like, what is wrong with
There was one person who messaged me and he was like, if I ever see you at a tournament, I'm gonna punch you in the face. And I was like, all right.
Damn.
That's crazy. Dude, you know what? Don't worry, bro. Like, people were telling technicals for years if he showed up to a tournament, he's gonna die. And then he went to Evo and people were taking pictures of him. So you know what Twitter's like. No, I'm not saying that there isn't crazy people out there. There is definitely a crazy person that will make they'll make sure on their promises, but most people are just talking shit for the sake of it. They're just spewing nonsense. And I don't take. I mean, me and Jay have had it ourselves. I've been told 100 times, if you show up to this, if you show up to that. The guy that was sending me death threats for like a whole year comes up to me at Comic-Con and says, "Hey, Mike, it's just a joke." Cool? I was like, "Bro, get away from me, fucking moron, man. You've been calling me brown this, garbage human being that, and then you're shaking my hand." I was like, "Just go away, man. Don't want to talk to you."
Bro.
Yeah, there's some like crazy people online, but the thing is that like I've been online like long enough to know like when people are just like saying stuff just to say them, and like who's actually like means it, because like some of those people that are actually like deranged, like whenever like based on their tone, like they can tell like they really hate you, you know? Like
yeah. No, you gotta be careful. There was one guy, he messaged me, and he sent me a voice note. He was furious, and I could hear in his voice that he was from Croydon. I could just hear the accent, and I was like, "Do you know what? I'm gonna back down from this one. I ain't fighting no guy from Croydon." Sometimes it's not worth it. If for those of you that are in America listening, Croydon is our version of Compton or whatever.
I don't know if I've ever told this story on YouTube before, but I had this one time like a couple years ago in Call of Duty where I made somebody mad, and like most of the time, like you just shit talk on there, right? But this guy like followed me into like a private lobby and then just continued the argument through there, and he basically like threatened me with like a firearm, you know. So I'm not gonna go into and like too deep into it because I don't know if that'll get Mike demonetized, but it's like crazy. Like this dude was going like in depth of what he was gonna do to me if he saw me. I was like, God damn.
Yeah. So
what I did is like block the dude.
You gotta walk away from the conversation because you forget even in the moment that this all started over a game. You know, like Main Man talking about Horang, or like I remember like because I met Jay back in the Tag 2 days back in 2012, and I was playing Jinpachi, right? And loads of people hated that character, and people would send me all kinds of madness on PS3 chat, like just bare hate. And I would say to them, "Yeah, I know Jinpachi's bare powerful. Like I know I'm probably carried on some level, so it's not that deep." And then they just sort of like stop. But I think if you lean into it, like I remember when Feng got his back turn 2 nerfed and it didn't launch anymore back when they did that first change. And they were like, "Oh, how'd you feel about that, Mike?" And I was like, I'm gonna sleep the same, bro. It's not that deep. Some people get really attached to these characters.
Yeah. I had a dude the other day where I lost to him in Mortal Kombat, and he just started teabagging me. He's like, "I bet you feel like shit now," and I'm like, "Not really, no." Like, he's like, how does that make you feel? Like some of these people, like they don't like log off the game, but like they take it like way too personal. But
yeah, well, no, I'll be honest. I when someone one and dones me, my blood does boil.
Honestly, the one and dones aren't too bad. The thing that really honestly gets me is whenever it's like a tie, you know, and then they leave on a tie. That's what gets me.
Yeah, Blackheart did that to me.
Like, yeah, that happened to me today. That's happened to me several times today. Like people, like I'll beat them the first game, I'll rematch them, then they beat me, they key charge, and then they leave, and it's 1-1. I'm like today, I've tried a new thing of not getting too mad at that, but it's just like, why can't we just finish the set? Like, you know, like what happens if I won the first game and I just left? Like, I would be on Reddit forums, everything. Oh, King J leaves on the one goal. Like, but then when I'm doing the run back, I don't know their names or remember their names. I just kind of like, oh, whatever. So it's just like, we could just do a first to two. That would be so sick. Even if you win the first to two and you key charge me, all right, cool, whatever. But
yo, King J, I had a guy once where it was like a tie, right? Like exactly how you said it. But when right before he left, he had his mic on. And he's like, I'm not about to keep fighting you. You're never gonna find out how this ends. And he just leaves. Like they know what they're doing. Good. Like they know.
That's crazy.
It's like you'll never find out who wins or loses, and he just lives on a tie.
That's hilarious. You know, I couldn't even hate him if he said that to me.
I busted out like I was kind of like half mad, but like I couldn't help but bust out laughing because that like sounded like it was like some super villain stuff right there.
Did you have anything you want to ask Musa?
Yeah.
Just because there's a long line.
Yeah, I got you. So, with regards to season 2, how are we feeling about it, boys?
I mean, it's getting a little better, but they need to do more. They need to actually nerf characters. Those new moves were all atrocious.
They still haven't fixed that?
Not really. No. I think the one new move the one that I can remember was Kazuya's. They reverted to tracking, but a lot of those new moves shouldn't exist. Like, I think here's the thing, right? I'm a Yoshi main. A lot of people, blame me for the way that Yoshimitsu is, but people got to realize that I dislike this Yoshimitsu. This Yoshimitsu is the most un-Yoshi to ever Yoshi. They took away all of his unblockables and they gave him cheap, garbage pressure. And he's not supposed to have that. The reason why he has his gimmicks is because he can't pressure you and check you and lock you up, right? But if you give him that, he becomes a monster. So I think the developers they gotta allow the characters to be the characters. They can't force every character to be rushed down because I don't know. I think season 2, Fakaram is decent. Armor King needs to be decent, but we also need balancing.
I remember I was watching a stream of yours last year back in season 1 where you had Yoshimitsu out and I think you were playing rank, but you know how he spins around because I haven't played Tekken 8 in a while. You know that move where he spins?
Yeah.
I seen you do like the spinning thing over and over while your opponent was just running away, and I was like, bro, what the hell is this? Looks like a damn Beyblade. Like,
yeah, you gotta throw him off.
Yeah. But the thing with season 2 is like, honestly, Mortal Kombat 1's rank season ends at the end of the day, and I hit God rank. And I had some people asking me, "Are you gonna grind out the Tekken 8 rank system?" And I'm like looking at it, but I'm like, I don't know, man. It doesn't look fun. Like none of the content creators think it's like good. It's just too inconsistent.
It's not fun because the game is so stressful.
Yeah,
like Tekken 8 is the most stressful fighting game I've ever played in my life. And the thing is, Tekken's always been a high stress game because just for the fact that it's got all those characters with all those moves. But this Tekken in particular, whenever I'm playing it, I'm like, I am not having fun. I just feel like I am trying my best to survive. I don't feel like I'm having a good time. So I actually think the ranking system is not too bad. The God 1 to Infinity, it seems pretty difficult to obtain, but the methods in which you need to take to get there, I don't know. It's not for me. If people are having fun with it, that's fine.
Yeah, like the way I see Tekken 8, like it's like perfectly how you describe it. It's kind of like Super Smash Bros. It's kind of like a party game. You just go in there, play casually for like 30 minutes, and then kind of like log off and repeat the next day.
Dragoneye, how you doing, bro?
Good, man. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, not bad, man. You?
Hey, is that Loose Streets?
That's me, bro. That is me.
Dude, I saw your video the other day with Mr. Aqua. I still can't believe he did that to you, bro.
Yeah, it was pretty whack. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Listen, man. I wouldn't even worry too much about it, man. It's like it's crazy. But moving on to the topic. So I've been seeing a lot of people say that now that like the Saudis control more of the FGC. You guys were talking about how Mortal Kombat may not appear there, but let's say they could, right? A lot of people are talking that some games won't appear there willingly. Do you see that happening?
Yeah, I don't imagine Dead or Alive is ever going to get there.
Yeah, but you think that's because they can't, or they would choose not to because it's Saudi?
I don't think I don't think any of these companies because a lot of these guys been wanting more funding and wanting more money, right? NRS gave in to WB, SNK gave in to Saudi Arabians. Capcom, part of it is owned by Saudi Arabians as well. So they're technically, I don't think Riot with Tencent. At this point, I don't think any one of these companies actually hold too many morals.
I don't think Strive would.
Money.
I don't think Strive
you
would.
don't like
Gary's not making that.
I think that's the only one, though. I think that's the only one. I don't think Strive would.
Yeah.
Because I low-key think that, like, community-wise... Oh, sorry, go on, Mike.
No, I was going to say to C4, is that because Guilty Gear has a trans character, or is it because the scene has so many LGBT people?
Yeah, I think I want to say Arxis know their clientele, and it'll be like it's just the conflict of interest is too much. And from what I've seen, they're not backed by. They're literally just backed by themselves. Well, Bandai, I guess. I don't know if Bandai is backed by anyone. All I know is Capcom is with Saudi. But
Bro.
I don't know Namco.
Have you not seen? Actually, let me not talk about that still.
Wait, is he in trouble?
Have you not seen the Tekken 8 update recently?
Oh, with the I saw Mike's video on it.
With the boobs added.
I saw Mike's video on it. It's like,
but they're still going to be allowed in Saudi Arabia. So I don't think I don't think Dead or Alive is fully cancelled. Do you get what I'm saying?
Well,
obviously, Dead or Alive, that's their main focus, isn't it? Like, obviously, whereas Tekken is gameplay first. Do you get what I'm saying?
I don't think that update on its own would like cause a big enough like change to where they say, all right, you guys can't compete anymore. I don't think
that's
so.
what I'm saying. Yeah, I think
Tekken
Tekken won't.
As because boobs, they really did
bro.
inflate those, man. I was watching Moonsault's Fearless. I was like, what the hell?
Hey, at least they fixed her neck though.
Yeah, no,
they fixed her neck and then some. And then some. Jeez.
Yeah, it's crazy. The jiggle one, they put a lot of work into that. I wish they'd do that for the balancing.
Bro, you know, if you listen, I'm gonna sound like a gooner, and I'm not a gooner yet. Listen, I did buy it. I should
yeah, look at like that.
I don't like that start. That's a bad start.
But bro, that's why the
He
disclaimer.
had to show that he's not a gooner yet. Yeah,
this is why the disclaimer had to be said before I say anything, because I know I'm gonna get clipped out of context, right? All right, cool. Listen, quick little story. Basically, I never had no money in currency. I never had in-game currency, so I was figuring out a way to get the in-game currency just to buy it, and I just wanted to see what it was like. And I was like looking at Asuka, because Asuka's one was mad, right? If you go down and go up, like as in make them crouch and stand up, you see the jiggle, and that's a Dead or Alive thing. Like I said, huh? Like why did they add all of that? Like I was like, bro, this is crazy. So I said, all right, I want to see another character.
For you to do that?
So I went to Lily. Same thing happened. I said, nah, this is crazy. They got an audience that they want to cater for to make some money. Bro, listen.
But I'll tell
Tekken
you what
is going
happened.
crazy.
Tekken saw Street Fighter, and they saw Street Fighter swimsuits, and they were like, they saw how everybody was going crazy over, and they were like, we need to do something.
That is what happened. Yeah, because obviously no one. Well, if you look at like, all right, let's be honest, yeah. Again, Guna, I'm not a Guna, right? If you look
can't
at,
start a sentence like that.
well, I have to.
Working against you. It's working against you.
Listen, I have to, because I know people are gonna say something on the internet, so I'm just gonna make it clear. I'm not a Guna, but listen, if you look at like the trailer, you can see what they were doing with some of the characters' costumes. Like you can see, like, you know, Kimberly when she does that thing where she shows her back. You're like, oh, you know what I'm saying? And then if you look at like all these other characters, you can see their bodies, and the body portions are crazy. Well, when you look at like Tekken, like they got a Toshiba flatback.
You get what I'm saying? They ain't got no ass or nothing like that, bro. So they just changed and said, all right, cool, we're gonna make everyone's chest crazy. And that's what they did.
I mean, I feel like that's because they were lazy. Like they had like default female 1 through 3, and then that was it. And they were just like, I don't even care. Like
exactly that. That all the bodies on the characters, they are default. Like everything just looks the same. So I feel like
that's what they say about the faces, dude, ain't they? Like they say that all the like in this skin specifically, all the faces, like the female ones, kind of look more or less the same. Like
I've definitely been saying that for the late, like so Tekken 7 and Tekken 8. I think Tekken 6 and Tekken Tag 2, their faces were soft touched, but they looked unique amongst each character. Whereas Tekken 7, Tekken 8, the characters, their face look exactly the same. But now it's like obviously they're messing around with the jiggles, and everyone's kind of looking a bit different. So.
No gooning.
No gooning.
That no gooning disclaimer was crazy. You should have saw PL face when he said that shit.
No gooning.
He's like, I'm not a gooning disclaimer. Like, what? How do you start with that?
No cheeks.
Oh, do you see what I'm saying? Look, bro.
Oh yeah, you do know. Yeah, I never noticed it. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I used to see Ivy's titties jiggle, but that was like in Soul Calibur too.
Bro, this is what I'm trying to explain, bro. That's why I said no gooning, bro. It's hard to not realize. You know what I'm saying? It's hard.
I didn't notice that because I haven't played much since the update. That's crazy.
Bro, it's mad. They went all in.
Going back to the Sonic Fox tweet, all I
Sorry, Dragon. Sorry, my bad.
No, you good, man. But all I really got to say about that is I personally don't think that like he means what he says. I think he's just saying that just to say it because I feel like we've seen this before and with the FPS genre, you know, back when you guys remember when all the China stuff was going down with the China games?
Yeah.
I'm not aware.
Everybody was like, "Oh, I'm not going to compete anymore. I don't want the China money." You know, like the China bad. And then everybody like forgot about it, and you know, there's tournaments on it now again. So I think it'll be like that. Like maybe it'll like blow over in like maybe like a year or two, in my opinion, because that's what happened over there. Like everybody was hating on it, and then they forgot, and like nobody cares anymore.
Dang, is that not enough for the FGC to not play 2XKO? Like, what happened?
So Pio, just for anyone that's wondering, what is the story with 2XKO?
Yeah, I'm not familiar.
Well, I was saying because like if they were going to be talking about we're boycotting Evo and blah blah blah, well, the same people who are over that game are also over Evo, or were also over Evo. So it's like y'all got to be consistent in your we're against this, against that. I'm not saying I'm being against anything. I'm just saying that if you're going to say one thing, then you got to follow with the other two. But people are mad because pointing out, hey, all these same tournament organizers are all working on the same events. You're like, we're going to stop going to Combo Breaker, stop going to CEO. Do y'all forget who runs CEO? Who also runs a lot of the EWC stuff and picks everything, and those terms are still qualifies for EWC. It's like, look, if you're going to say something, I was making fun about, pretty much making jokes about how people were acting because like it's so stupid.
Yeah,
it takes like 5 seconds to think and be like, oh, okay.
No, a part of me actually agrees with what Perfect Legend is saying. Like,
just a part.
You can't. No, because like I get it, right? Like a lot of these people did, you know, start from the beginning, right? Like no one thought that they would be working for EWC, right? So it's hard to be like, hey, okay, so I started from nothing. I had a grassroots tournament. My tournament's big now, and now it's like I have to keep going, right? There's a ladder. At the end of the day, there's a ladder. People have to climb it. Now, this is the thing, right? Like, because I'm cool with them. But the thing that I say I agree with is the people that are, in fact, hating on all this, yes, you really have to go after everyone. You can't pick and choose one tournament. You can't. You would have to go after everybody that's working at EWC, right? Because at the end of the day, right, these people are also, they are the cogs that make EWC run. So it's like, yeah, to be like, oh, you know what? I will never, ever take, you know, Saudi money. And then you're like, I will never support anybody that supports Saudi Arabia. But then be like, oh, yeah, I'll still go to those tournaments, though. Like,
Right.
yeah, I 100% agree on that. Like, but as for like the people that are actually running it, I'm like, look, like like I said, even for me, I'll take the money too, right? And they're doing what they have to do. And yeah, I'm not gonna stop going there. But for those hypocrites, yeah, for sure. Like, yo, I better see you not coming around here. I better not see you going over there. I better not see, like, you better be consistent.
Mm-hmm.
I think that at the end of the day, most people that are saying, "Oh, I'm not going to go to Combo Breaker, I'm not going to go to Evo," are probably still going to go, because the thing with the FGC, like the FGC has like the smallest amount of money for competition, so obviously people are going to want to make the money. So like I think majority of people are going to go either way, and obviously there's going to be like a small pocket of people that are like keep their word and do not go, but I think that's how it's going to be. And so Sonic Fox saying what he says on Twitter, like he's playing with fire, and I don't know if he knows what he's doing, but I do see a possibility where because that they're trying to make the FGC mainstream now, like we saw that with Street Fighter V, but I do see a possibility with what the other guy said, where like the TOs could go like, we don't really need you in this scene, and like he may not qualify, I think that's a possibility.
Yeah, I can see that happening. They don't need any of us, really.
Yeah.
Like C4 said, it's not about money for them. The money is nothing to them. They just want to, they've taken control of all of this stuff. I know people are like having the sports washing, they're bringing in the sports washing argument. They don't need any one player for any of this stuff. They'll do it without him. So
yeah, they really don't.
It would be in his best interest, I think, to just go and play the game. I think just play the game and chill, man. I don't think anybody wants to see Sonic Fox in a tough situation in a foreign country. Nobody wants to see that shit. But he's not coming to the UK. He's not going to Germany or Belgium. He's going to Saudi Arabia. They don't play over there.
Yeah, Saudi Arabia, like a lot of people seem to forget, it's like one of the oldest like religions, So like the thing is that they really do not like change, It's not like in the West where like we're going from like 200 years ago. It's like completely different,
Yeah.
There's definitely night and day for sure.
Yeah, they don't like that in the Middle East. In the Middle East, they like really like hang on to their ideologies,
Yeah. Well, was there anything that you wanted to end on, bro?
Honestly, man, not really. I guess I'll just say that hopefully I think this will just blow over, like I said, with the FPS scene. I think that's what will happen. Like, give it a couple like months, maybe a year. I think it'll go back to normal. Now, like the Twitter feuds and stuff like that, I honestly don't know how that's gonna go, because this all really started with COVID, Like people got too comfortable sitting behind a screen talking shit, And now that we're back outside, it seems like people are bringing that indoor mentality outdoors. And like you can't even talk on like trash online anymore, because people think that you're like threatening your mom or something. But
yeah,
who knows?
Dragoneye, how you doing, bro?
What's good, bro? Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, there we go. Sorry. So I was actually watching the stream earlier, but I kind of left my house. So about the whole what's it called, how like the whole everybody's gatekeeping and stuff like that. So I wanted to ask C4 why he thinks that is in the FGC, like respectively, because I'm part of the COD community and that doesn't really happen there.
Do you mean how people gatekeep in the FGC?
Yeah, like so for example, I was trying to get good at Sea Viper the other day. I saw somebody post a comment on there, and somebody responded and was like, "Oh, you should just get good,"
So this, I can tell you why I think it can be good, and this might apply to Mike as well. I think fighting games draw people that like the Vegeta archetype, where the best motivation you can get is someone saying you're not good enough. That's always been my motivation. Any game I play, if I get beat, they don't have to say it. Some people can beat you in the way where they're just saying you're not on my level. You can't comprehend why you're not me.
So you think it's because since it's like a 1v1, like as Mike was saying, since they're winning and it's harder, like you're not on my level. I have more years of experience than you do.
It's not even experience. It could be like raw talent. Like, so I'm a TCG tourist. I play like Pokemon and other card games. And when I play 1v1, there's always a thing in the back of my head like, you know what? I just didn't top deck. I didn't have the heart of the cards. I wasn't Yugi at the moment. So I can just brush it off. Or if I play Smite or something like that, I can go, you know what? My teammates, you know, they ran down mid and got exploded. So we lost the team fight. When I play a fighting game and I lose, I can lie to myself and say something like, actually, no, I don't. I was going to use I'm tired, but then I'm not taking shots at Jay. But you can lie to yourself about.
He's coming on in a second as well, by the way. He woke up.
No. You know what? You know, everyone's been there when they went, I take the throw. You didn't take the throw. Deep down, we all know that, but you have to say out loud because you're like manifesting destiny. In the corner of your room, when you sit there after a set and you acknowledge that everything that went wrong was your doing, that's what fighting games are about. And for some people, that is the motivation for that never to happen again. Yeah. And some people need to be told that. That comes off as gatekeeping. So if you was doing something with C Viper, and say I didn't play C Viper, but I've played a good C Viper, I played against Latif, I could look at your footage and I could be like, oh, your C Viper isn't as good as Latif. Now that might sound gatekeepy, but it's also a fact. And I think it's up to people who get that information to twist it into a benefit. They don't have to, but I think it's better if you want to play fighting games to twist like someone saying your shit or whatever into a motivation to get better, because there's no reason that you can't do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think this is why I get so mad at the rage quitting situations. And I've been sent videos from like other YouTubers that don't like how I view the one and done situations and rage quitting. But the reason I don't like it is because it kind of goes against everything that C4 is saying right now. Having the mentality to lock in and overcome your opponent. I think the most enjoyable thing about a fighting game is coming up against somebody that is really strong and having to figure out how am I going to beat this person now, because the tools are all there. Unless the game is awfully designed and it's a 10-0 matchup, usually the tools are there. And they might be super difficult with some matchups, but there's a way. And I think that's what makes it exciting. Like I played games where my character has not been like favorable, and I've had to figure out a way around my opponent's bullshit. And figuring it out and getting the W is so much fun. And then having to run it back and be like, okay, it's not, let me see if it was a fluke. Let me see if I can do it again. And then you finally beat that guy. That's a very, very, it's a nice feeling. But the way these games are designed now, they incentivize players to not lock in. So there's a part of me that I want to rip into these players, but I can't really even blame them, because the developers have created an environment where they don't have to have that mentality. They don't have to have apart from Mortal Kombat, funnily enough, on MK, MK forces you to do the set. Otherwise, if you leave, it docks the points, which would incentivize players to be like, you know, I might as well just fight him. I might as well figure out how to beat him, right? With a lot of the games that are out today, like Rebirth of Souls and Demon Slayer and all that, they just let you leave. And it's like, you beat me in one match. It's just one match. Like, if you can beat me in a set, fair enough. But if you only beat me in one match and you left, it's a first world problem. It's not the end of the world. But within the context of the game, I would view you as, what's a PG way to say this?
Waste cadet.
A waste cadet. That's the best way to put it. Like, I was going to use a different word, but it's just irritating, because I feel like a lot of fighting games try to replicate the martial arts fantasy of, that's the top dog there. You've run into him. Like when I ran into Blackheart, he's in the chat. Don't forget what I did, but this guy did to me, right? I saw his rank, and I was like, wow, okay. Because at that time, I wasn't God of Destruction. And I knew he was a streamer because I went to his stream as soon as he did it. And he beat me in the first game. No, sorry, I beat him in the first game. And I was like, yes, fucking beat Blackheart in the first game. I ran it back immediately. I was like, run back. He beats me in the second game. I'm like, cool. Let's see who can take the loss on. This motherfucker left. Moist. I said, I can't believe it. I can't believe. I was livid. There's a player, right? I'm gonna name drop him because he pissed me off. One second, let me. there's a player like you guys won't know him, but I know him. He's a much smaller YouTuber, but I don't. This is not a punching down thing. He simply annoyed me. His name is Yami the Goat, and he plays Bleach. Right? He's the, I think, 4th highest ranked player in the world. Like he really plays the game, but he can't beat me. He's only ever beaten me when I picked Ichigo, who I don't really use. Every time I came up against this guy, I gave him a rematch. I always gave him a rematch. I decided one season, because I got to the top of the leaderboard, I'm going to pick a different character. So I picked Bankai Ichigo because I was like, this guy seems ridiculous. Let me see how broken he is. I wasn't very good at using him compared to my other characters. So I came up against Yami the Goat. He beats me in the first match and he leaves. And I was already getting one and done by multiple people. He was the last one to do it that day. And I actually got angry. And I messaged him. And I was like, what the fuck are you doing, bro? I give you rematch after rematch and then you leave? And it was childish of me. 100% it was childish. But I started flaming him in his DMs. I was cussing. I was like, how dare you? Blah, blah, blah. I told him why he's a bitch. This is why you're a bitch. The reason A, B, and C. But it does really bother me. I'm not going to lie. It's very, very childish. I understand. But now, obviously, like I've taken my skill on Bleach to the next level. I ran into him today. I watched him. I wanted to message him being like, that's what you get. You ain't getting no rematch. But before I could even walk out of the rematch, he left the match straight away. Show us the text. There's no need for that.
Because see, like in games like Call of Duty, right? If somebody has like a question where like, oh, what's the best way to get this gun build or get this challenge done? Like people will help you out, right? But I've noticed that like in fighting games, it's just like, oh, like get a load of this idiot, or like I've been playing since Street Fighter 2. You should be able to figure this out. I figured it out back in the day. Like it's like stuff like that for some reason. Well, it's just
I would say I agree with you. I feel again that's kind of unique to fighting games, and that's why I was saying like there's again it's Vegeta stuff. It's like a elitist sort of. I had to work it out with no help. Now you have to. You have to walk the path that I did. I think, especially because I would say one of the fun parts about fighting games that people might not realize that's really fun is problem solving. Now, if I gave you a Sudoku or a word search and I gave you the answer, you wouldn't have fun because the enjoyment is finding the answers, right? So if you play me in a game and I keep jumping at you and you're like, I don't know how to deal with this. And I'm like, well, this is your anti-ed, do it. Your journey to improve has been kind of muddied because you've just been given the answer. You still have to implement it, but there is something very visceral about someone learning the correct response by themselves in the game with the conversation of their opponent. And I think that's what people are forcing onto the new generation by telling them by not giving them the answer. So if I play you and you're losing and I'm like, work it out, bro, you can't beat this button. Figure out what you do instead of telling you the button. I think that's a part of fighting games that is pretty unique to that genre that might rub people up the wrong way.
Sorry, let me just respond to this real quick. I can't get down with this. He quit because you were using an OP character. Now, I don't know about you guys, but sometimes you come across the strongest character in the game and you just have to lock in and deal with it, right? We've all come across that. That's been a thing in fighting games since whenever. I have never, not once, come up against the strongest character in the game and said, you know, I ain't playing you, man. That character's busted. That's bitch mentality. I'm sorry. There's no nice way to say it. That is bitch made mentality. And the thing is that like when I was giving said player rematches, my character was nowhere near the strongest. Their character was stronger than mine. So the whole OP argument didn't even really matter. And I still gave them rematches and they didn't give it to me. So yes, I am well aware of the YouTubers, even though you may not know. I'm aware of the YouTubers that make videos on me when I talk about one and done. So I've seen your videos. There's one in particular that's really creepy. I can't remember what his name is, but he makes very creepy videos about me. Actually, I might be able to show you guys. It's quite funny.
You talking about Booty Hunter?
No, not Booty Hunter. I don't know what happened to Booty Hunter. There were some allegations put against him.
Oh, you're talking about the Smash allegations?
Yeah.
What's his name?
Booty Hunter. MK. TW Booty Hunter, something like that.
Booty Hunter.
Yeah, it's like an MK YouTuber.
Let me
like-
show you guys. Let me show you guys this. This is someone sent this over to me the other day. I knew about this guy from before, but I forgot about it. He's got these episodes on his page. He calls me the shambolic squill. He calls me a pig, sorry. So every time I make a one and done video, whenever I make a one and done video, he makes videos about it, but he doesn't talk in the videos. I'll show you what he does. So
This looks like a Sega Genesis game, bro.
But I saw this tweet. So he doesn't talk in them. He just like not even a picture. I made a YouTube video in Japan and he took a screen grab of it. That's me in Japan. And I saw it and I was like, what the fuck? Why is he every time I make a one and done video, he makes which is fine. You're welcome to do that. It's not a problem. It's just whenever I see it, I'm always like, there's something about him that's creepy as hell, man. I'd love to speak to him. I don't think he'd ever come on here, but I'd love to ask him, dude, like, do I really get under your skin like that?
No, that's crazy.
I remember like a year ago, he just randomly popped up in my feed, and it was like a video saying that he exposed you or something like that, and it was like just like nonsensical stuff. I don't. Yeah,
they always expose me, but they can't do it to my face.
Yeah.
Whenever I say, "Oh, just jump on the podcast and tell people what you're on about," they're like, "Nah, I'm not gonna let you farm me for views."
And see, most of the time, it's just like whenever you confront them about it, they'll tell you, "Oh, I was only joking, man. I didn't mean it like that." Or I was just rage baiting, like with M2 Dave, you know.
No, I watched this guy's videos. I don't think he's joking. I think he hates me, but I don't think he can substantiate his claims. If I was to question him in front of everyone, I think he would crumble quite quickly. But then I would have to talk to this little avatar that looks like it's from like Fantasy Star. I don't know if I can do that.
That's the one. Yeah. Oh, that's the game I was thinking about. Because with the text.
Didn't Dragoon also hate you?
Who? Oh, Dragoon.
Yeah.
No, me and Dragoon are cool now. He literally messaged me the other day. Yeah, we squashed it. He's all blessed.
Well, that's good.
But yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you up. I someone said something. I had to remember. I remembered that I wanted to show this. So
that shit's funny.
I hate him with a sub. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro.
Do you know what? I might sub up as well. I'm on his page so much. I'm gonna let me sub up. He's gonna open up his YouTube studio and go, "What the fuck?" Actually, do you know what? Everybody sub up. Let's give him some subs. His most popular video on his channel is me. Let's make all of those videos that way.
And we got 3K.
3K. 41 subs and 3K on a video. That's pretty good, bro. Now people in the comments like that fucking Mike Collar.
That's too sick.
I couldn't. The only problem is that I did want to watch all of it, but it's a hard watch because it's like, you know, in Fantasy Star, like you can press A to make the text go quicker, but in the video,
you can't do that here.
Yeah, in the video I can't. So I'm like, I can't watch this. I can't do it.
At least these videos are creative, though. That's kind of funny, bro.
It is funny. I've never like sent him a message saying, "Hey, let's," because whenever he uploads, I'm like, do you know what? Let me try and watch some of it. I can't get through all of it, but I find it's quite funny.
That's crazy.
That's how I am with Rio's podcast too. Like I can't sit through all of it, you know. So I try to find like timestamps that people like list in the comments, where it's like the important stuff. Because they
I sit through all of Rio's podcasts. I didn't like the way the latest ones went. So it was kind of fucked up. I think they squashed it all now. I think it's all blessed.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, like the way M2 Dave was treating Tom Brady, it was like that's pretty messed up because that's supposed to be your bro, you know.
Well, that's M2 Dave's style. Oh, but he's like that anime character. I was watching Kamen Rider, and one of the characters broke his little brother's arm, and he was like, "This is my way of showing kindness." That's how M2 Dave shows Tom Brady kindness. Like breaks him verbally, and then says, "I'm your bro."
I randomly, I saw you lot done the anime thing yesterday, yeah. Does anyone know of an anime called Gashia Kuta?
Yeah, Gachia Kuta.
I only know of the one scene of the two guys just laughing. But is the anime good?
I've only seen up to episode 5. I think it's pretty mid. Like, it's not bad. I would recommend watching it. It's not bad, but a lot of new shonen is not. They haven't been hitting like they used to. It's not like when you turn on Bleach or your like captures you immediately, or Naruto. I think it's good. I think it's all right, but it's not. I don't know. I feel like the standards of shonen have kind of dropped a bit. But
or is it just? Do you reckon it's not for us though? Do you reckon it's like Tekken 8 right now? Like it's just changed, but we don't like it. But like, there's another generation that does like it like that. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it might get better. It's new. Some shows need to flesh themselves out a little bit. But I watched it and I thought the first episode was interesting. Then it really slowed down for me.
Yeah,
it's got an interesting premise. It's like, I don't know. I'm gonna give it a chance. I'm watching Kamen Rider right now, and I just caught up to One Piece again. But I'm gonna go back to it because everyone's watching it, so I might as well. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. Like I think it's good. It's just I wouldn't be like, "Yo, did you watch Gachia Kuta?" Like nothing in it has happened like that yet. Where I'm like, you need to watch it.
I want to watch One Piece again, man. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I see the part where, well, this is not a spoiler. This has been out ages ago. But you see the part where one of the guys flicks Luffy's pain onto Zoro, and then he says nothing's happened. Yeah, bro. Like, bare people have been talking about that recently, and I watched it, and I was like, oh, I remember this. Where he just all bloodied up and that, and it's like that scene is like apparently just everyone talks about that scene. So it's just like I do want to watch it back, but bro, it's 1,000 episodes, man. I need like a long story cut short type of thing.
I remember when I was in high school, I tried to get into Pokemon again because I remember when I was a kid, I used to watch the show, but I couldn't get into it. And recently, I got back into Beyblade because I collect them, you know.
Oh, same. Oh,
you do?
My guy, yeah, bro. I got into Beyblade.
Jay was talking about that as well. You were saying that you want to get back into it.
Yeah, bro. I didn't. So funny thing is, yeah, Beyblade X is something that I was like, this is not like the old school ones. Yeah. You know, so I was like, I'm not watching this. I'm not watching this, bro. My daughter was here, and she's like, oh, I want to watch Beyblade X. I'm thinking, I don't even really want to watch it, but let's watch it. Bro, Beyblade X is actually very sick.
It's good because I started with the Metal Fusion, right? That's what my generation grew up with. We didn't grow up with Pokemon. Back in my day, if you were like in elementary school, you had Beyblades. I grew up with the Metal series, and then when Burst came out, I like fell off hard because I just didn't like it. Like the whole plastic.
That's the guy with that kind of spiky hair, right?
Yeah, I couldn't get into the show, and I just didn't like the premise of the base that generation. I took like a break. So when X got announced, I got like really into it because I went back to Metal, and the show was actually pretty good.
Very good.
Like I have like a bunch of them now.
Bro, I'm about to go buy a bunch for my daughter for Christmas. She doesn't even realize, bro. Like she like we was both like locked in. I was thinking. I saw the characters. I didn't like the design of the characters. I was kind of like, it's whatever. And then as soon as I saw, like, when I was watching it, and I saw like the way how the action and stuff like that, I was like, oh, this is actually quite sick. Oh snap, bro! That's what I'm gonna get, the 25th anniversary. So you got the launcher. You got the 25th anniversary launcher.
You can't get it no more though.
See what I'm saying? Listen, I'm all geeking out. You lot don't even know what we're talking about, bro. But that's exactly.
Hold on. I know Beyblade. I haven't collected one.
You don't know about the 25th anniversary launcher, bro. Oh shit,
that is pretty sick.
The thing is, you can't get it anymore, from what I understand. They stopped selling it.
Bro, I found somewhere. I know what you're talking about, bro. I was trying to look for that specific one, and you can't buy it. You have to people will sell it on eBay and stuff, but like you can't buy it from a shop or anything no more.
Because so when I got this, so the way it was is they started selling it in July, but it sold out immediately as soon as it came out. And I was keeping my eye on it on their website for like a long while, and then in October I saw that it like restocked, so I bought it, and it's like $80, right? And now that it's discontinued, I'm seeing it on Amazon for like $200-$400.
I was gonna pay.
And I'm like, God dang!
I was gonna pay. Bro, I need that 25th anniversary set, bro. That set is fire.
It is, and then the sword brand it comes with, it might look the same. I don't know if you can see it, but it's like holographic, like the face plate.
Swear, the one on the end, the one to the right.
Yeah. Hold on, let me see if I can see it.
Oh, I can see it. Oh shit!
It's like holographic a bit.
Wait, is that the Dragoon to the left?
Yeah. It's Dragoon, Storm Pegasus, and Victory Valkyrie.
So unimpressed.
It's not that. It's not that.
Shit.
I just feel like with a third wheel.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's cool. It's fine. I like Beyblade. Listen, there's nothing wrong with geeking out on the channel. My girl was cleaning my room the other day, and she went into my cupboard over here, which I have not gone in eons. Like, there's a lot of collector stuff down there I forgot about, and she pulls out this box, right? It's a Dragon Ball Cross Spirits, and I said to her, "What's that?" She was like, "I don't know." I opened it, bro. There's so many cards in here, and there's a few good ones as well. And I was looking, I was like, where the fuck? When did I get this? It's been years. Like, I don't know when I got this. I have no idea. But she found bear shit. I found bear shit. My 15th anniversary Chun-Li fight pad is over here as well. So
swear down.
Yeah, like bear stuff, man. Do you know what? Yaya will be happy to see this. I have the first run of My Hero Academia cards. So you can't call me a real hater. I looked in when they brought it up. Yeah, maybe I'm a tourist. But when they brought these out, I was like, do you know what? I'll get it.
Can I say something controversial about My Hero Academia?
It sucks.
The first 3 seasons are good. The rest is total trash.
That's what I heard.
They said it gets good after season 5.
Yeah, they said that to me too. They lied.
I heard that it falls off. Like, that's what I've heard.
Hard, bro. Hard. It falls off hard, bro. Like, the first 3 seasons are mad sick. Then the 4th season,
People get into people get into arguments over it.
Season 1 to 3 is mid with some really cool moments. Season 4 is trash. I'm about to start season 5, but everyone is saying that season 6 and season 7 are the seasons to watch.
Is that those the last seasons?
The season 7's just come out, I think.
Yeah, I think that's the last.
Yeah, it's the final season.
Yeah, that's probably why everyone's like excited that it's finished, and that you know how anime gets. They've been involved for a long period of time. They've had their relationship with it. It's the final part. Everyone gets excited. The ending is probably great to them, but mid to everyone else.
It's like with Star Wars, bro. You remember when the prequels came out and everybody said they sucked, and then Revenge of the Sith came out, and then all of a sudden, because it was a good movie, the prequels were good.
Yep.
And then they're still. I went back and rewatched them. They're still bad, except for the third one. That doesn't save the prequels, though.
I'm just gonna read out these super chats before I forget. Saint Mars, thank you for the $5. One and done is bitch made behavior. Don't give a fuck what you think. Grow a pair of balls or tits and finish the set. Yeah, Blackheart. OJ, thank you for the $2. Named Booty Hunter and getting allegations. Crazy. Yeah, bad choice of words.
Yeah.
Mr. Jamie, thank you for the $2. Booty Hunter blocked me last year over wrestling. Yeah, I've seen I actually watched his wrestling videos. He's one of those guys that like hates it sounds like he hates the mainstream narrative. Like, if there's something that is conventionally popular, he'll hate on it. So he's like one of those wrestling mocks. Dragoneye, is there anything you want to close on? Because I'm going to move on to Viking J's here.
No, I'm good, man. I don't really got anything. I think I got pretty much my point across. Yeah, I don't really got nothing much to end on. You guys have a good night.
All right, bro.
You too, man. And sick for the 25th anniversary, bro.
Hey, man, hey, man, just try to get it if you can, but just watch the pricing, Scalpers are out there.
I have to get it by any means, bro.
All right, bro. Take care.
Yeah, you guys take care.
Innovate, bro.